It's a beautiful day to govern. Welcome everyone to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m. and I am calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. If you would now stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. Would the clerk please do roll call?
Good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Here.
Councillor Donahue, Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Here.
Councillor Murphy,
Here.
or sorry, Warden Murphy,
No worries.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here.
Councillor Proctor, Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
EOTMGSO.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Excellent, thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Seeing none. At this time, I'll ask for a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of January 14th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, Council. So the past several weeks have been both incredibly busy and deeply rewarding for all of us. I want to begin by reflecting on our participation at the 2026 Roma Conference, which once again proved to be a powerful platform for advocacy, collaboration, learning, and advancing the priorities of the County of Renfrew. This year, our delegation schedule was full. Triple and even quadruple booked at times, and I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to those councillors who stepped in to represent me when timing made it impossible to be everywhere at once. Several ministers and parliamentary assistants were kind enough to remark that they fully understood my absence in those moments because each of you carried our message with professionalism, clarity, and purpose. I could not have asked for stronger partners at the table. Together, we contributed to the largest number of delegations ever hosted at Roma. The Roma team deserves recognition for delivering a well-organized and well-attended conference. We apologize about the app. I want to extend a sincere thank you to our exceptional staff. Their behind-the-scenes work, briefing notes, logistics, scheduling, and the binder, Craig, yes, the binder, kept us focused, informed, and moving from one room to the next with precision. Their dedication is a key reason we continue to be so effective in our provincial advocacy. Our efforts at Roma have positioned the County of Renfrew for several promising opportunities, including potential funding announcements and enhancements to county programs and services. While we must wait for the province to make these official, I can confidently say that our delegations resonated. We made a strong case and the province is listening. I also want to share something that truly warmed my heart. Throughout the conference, representatives from other municipalities commented on how Renfrew County's elected officials and staff work together more like a family than any delegation they have seen. That sense of unity, respect, and shared purpose is not only felt, but is noticed, and it is one of our greatest strengths. I would also like to take a moment to highlight a meaningful event I recently attended on behalf of the County of Renfrew. Every 3 years, the Renfrew County Agricultural Wall of Fame Committee hosts a banquet to honor the extraordinary individuals and organizations who have shaped the heritage, innovation, and future of agriculture in our region. This year, 4 outstanding inductees were celebrated. Tony Reuter, nominated by the Renfrew County Beef Producers. Loretta Rice, nominated by the National Farmers Union, Local 330. Alex and Valerie Briscoe Betty, nominated by the Renfrew County Soil and Crop Improvement Association. The Women's Institute, nominated by Renfrew North and South District Women's Institutes. These honorees represent the very best of our agricultural community. Leadership, dedication, stewardship, and a profound commitment to sustaining the rural character and economic vitality of Renfrew County. Attending the event was a reminder of how deeply agriculture shapes who we are as a region and how critical it is that we continue to champion its importance. Although I was able to attend the banquet, I had a personal conflict that required me to depart early. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Councillor Neil Nicholson, who graciously stepped in, presented the awards on my behalf, and provided the recognition they deserve. Thanks so much, Neil. Couldn't have done it anyway with the laryngitis, so you really stepped up for me 2 times. As we move forward in the year ahead, I ask each of you to continue embracing your role as county representatives with pride and share the progress we are making together with your municipal councils. We are making meaningful progress, we are building strong relationships, and we are doing it together with respect, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to the people we serve. All of these efforts continue to reinforce our why statement: to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you. Pardon me. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And we do have Mayor Sue Dion in the gallery with us today. Thanks for joining us, Sue. Always lovely to see you. And now I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Davis to introduce our delegation, and you go ahead.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council and our viewing public. I'm pleased to have with us today, and it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Dennis Carr, President and CEO of Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, and also John Osborne, Vice President and Chief Nuclear Officer for the company. So CNL is a critical pillar of Renfrew County's economy and innovation ecosystem, supporting high-quality employment, advanced research, and long-term regional stability. The work undertaken by CNL has national significance and local impact, and its partnership with the county continues to be both valued and impactful. And thank you for being with us today.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And again, I'd first off like to start by just thanking everybody for the hospitality that myself and my new management team, we've all moved into Renfrew County and have assimilated into the community. and the hospitality that we have been shown is just remarkable. And I just really want to thank you for that. It's really made that move for all of us and our family is just so much easier. So thank you. So again, my name is Dennis Carr. I'm the new president, CEO of CNL. And I just want to talk a little bit about the new company, the transition, where we stand on that, and then talk about some of the important developments that have occurred over the last year for which the previous team, I think, did a yeoman's job of advancing the mission of AECL at CNL. So that's some acronyms there for you. So this is, of course, Chuck, this is the Chalk River site, and we're going to just quickly walk through. We're on the wrong presentation here, so if we can back up. I'm sorry. We're going to go back. That was John's presentation. We just zoomed through. Okay, so backwards. So again, so at the site, the Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, which is the Crown Corporation, selected to use a contracting model for the operation of CNL, as I think all of you are aware. They recently went through a contract transition. The company here, NLPC, Nuclear Laboratory Partners of Canada, which is a consortium of 4 companies that you see here, were the winners of that competition. It was a long competition, spanning almost 2 years, and went through many different stages, but happy to announce that we're here now, part of that team. We have transitioned into the site, assumed responsibility for the site on December 12th. So, real quickly, I think everybody is aware that, again, it's a contract-operated model. We call it the GOCO, Government-Owned Contract Operated, which means that AECL is the Royal Crown Corporation. The Crown Corporation, they own all the assets and will continue to own all the assets of CNL at all the different facilities. We, as NLPC, come in and assimilate and bring a management team to oversee, manage, and provide leadership to the existing workforce at that site to accomplish the vision and goals of AECL. So we are here to, as a management team, to advance the mission and the vision of AECL. So this lays out basically the fundamentals of how it works. Their NLPC is, again, a consortium of 4 companies. The management team assimilates in and becomes part of the workforce. We leave behind our corporations, our affiliations. We are basically isolated out from our company, and our 100% of our time is focused on the success of CNL. We call that captive contractors. I am captive to CNL. 100% of my time is dedicated to the advancement of CNL's objectives and goals. And as you can see, John will be talking about the licenses. The licenses are held by CNL. That's the CNL the corporation. NLPC, it provides the management team, provides ownership of CNL, meaning they have the ownership of CNL with a dedicated management team, but they are one step away. There is a separate board structure that oversees the operation of CNL, and they hold, and we are responsible for the implementation of the licenses, of which John is going to talk about here shortly. So with that background, I'd just like to walk through some of the highlights or accomplishments, first by some of the statistics at the site. Again, I'm new at the site, now here 45 days into the site, very much into meeting people, learning, observing, trying to understand all the operations at the site during that transition time period. Again, it's more about listening and learning and respecting what has happened in the past and trying to advance the mission forward. So at the site right now, we have about 3,500 people. This is at Chalk River. We have a total population within CNL across all the sites. There's 9 sites. There's about 4,800, including subcontractors, that are within that organization, with obviously the vast majority of them being here at Chalk River. That workforce, obviously, its salary pool contributes about $300 million to Renfrew County area. We We have what I consider a very stable workforce. We have a fairly constant, which is it's a really positive thing from a management leadership standpoint, have a fairly constant, stable funding source, which allows you to have stability in the workforce, which is exactly what you want, so you can work together to advance the mission without instability. Obviously, we purchased many goods and services, about $75 million of goods and services over the last year. We're within the regional area surrounding the site. We'll continue to advance that and continue to focus on local purchasing as good neighbors to Renfrew County. Talks about student participation. There is very much of a commitment to developing students, obviously, as that next generation of the workforce at Chalk River. There's about 125 co-op or internships each year. We will continue to advance that. I think that's incredibly important to the future of Chalk River. And you can show about over $300,000 community support. Again, I can't take credit for that prior company. We will continue that, and we will continue every day to try to be a good neighbor and help support the causes and the needs of this community. So you can count on us for that support. Moving forward, just to talk a little about some of the things that are going on at Chalk River. First, I think is a very, I'm very pleased to be part of this. This is what's called Unity 2. I think everybody is aware of and have seen in the press, papers, this renaissance that is occurring in the nuclear industry. In fact, I think there was announced yesterday that over $1 trillion worldwide has now been invested in nuclear. So it is the new green technology moving forward, providing power across the ever-growing power needs of the world is moving toward nuclear. Part of that is now a lot of research into fusion, to move beyond fission, to move to fusion. And so getting in front of that as a research and development institution, we have created a partnership with Coyote Fusion Engineering for the fusion fuel cycle. And so what we are doing is we're actually repurposing an existing facility at the site to install what we call Unity 2, which is not a fusion reactor. Its intent is to create a test platform so that we can test that fuel cycle that's needed to feed future fusion reactors. So it's going to be able to test individual components for things like the material properties and be able to withstand both the temperatures and the type of feed material. So it's a very important endeavor that we're moving in. We've actually just moved into the demolition phase to strip out the stuff that was in the way, and now we'll start construction shortly with an intent to actually finish commissioning in 26 and begin operations at the end of 26. Next is Actinier. I think long-standing at this site has been its participation in trying to advance radiopharmaceuticals for the health of Canadians and actually the health of the world. And this is a continuation of that endeavor. I'm proud to be part of this. Again, it's another partnership with a firm called ITM, called Actinier. And the intent is to produce actinium-225, which is a radiopharmaceutical isotope used in cancer research throughout the world. This is an important endeavor. The world is in very much short supply of actinium-225. It is a very fundamental and very key element in cancer research and in the advancement of cancer research. To do that, we are using a very innovative process that has been proven out now at CNL to basically purify radium-226, which is a naturally occurring element, to use that and bombard it with protons to produce actinium-225 in a cyclotron, which is at another facility. So it's an important endeavor for us. Where we're at now is that we have proved that this can work, and we've now proved that it can be done on a commercial scale. And so now what we're doing is moving toward commercial scale implementation of the generation of actinium-25 in cooperation and partnership with our joint venture. Next is making infrastructure investments. I think everybody's probably been out at the site, has seen what I think is incredible investment. I was not part of it, but I'm proud to be part of the results of that. It's an amazing infrastructure improvement of the facilities at the site, and they continue to rise out of the ground and the old facilities to be demolished. We're also focused on the fabric of it, which is the infrastructure from a utility standpoint. Right now, taking on some of the older utility lines and underlie all of our, and link all of our facilities. Most recently, the fire water system, moving on now to drinking our domestic water system, the relining of those systems to be able to help, continue their usage to support our facilities. So quite a bit of investing ongoing at the site. I think you're all familiar with the Advanced Nuclear Materials Manufacturing Center, which continues to advance at the site. One of our roles, so we've talked a little bit about advancing the health of the Canadians. We've talked a little bit about our role in nuclear power. This also have a strong role in waste management, environmental cleanup. One of those is to consolidate waste from some of our other facilities like Gentilly 1 back to CRL for proper storage. That has been accomplished, and we have completed the de-inventory at Gentilly 1, and we're continuing now to focus on White Shell to bring that waste and responsibly manage it at the CNL site instead of having it spread across Canada. This talks a little about Advanced Nuclear Materials Manufacturing Center. You can see the footprint of it. This facility is very instrumental in the success and the future success of CNL. This will be an advanced research center providing hot cells, so we'll be able to both look at the fuel cycle unirradiated and take samples and bring in samples of irradiated fuels to support both the existing fleet in Canada, but to support the renaissance that's about to occur as technologies, as you've heard about small modular reactors, micro reactors, all of them are going to require research and development support. This laboratory and this new facility is on the cutting edge of us being able to provide those services. Most recently, I happened to be part of this, be present at least to be part of this, was assigned on to an extension of our partnership with local universities around Canada, which again is very important for creating that workforce of the future. So we've continued that, and that also helps us facilitate communication on research and development ideas, and again, get those juices flowing in that next generation. Let's get them in here to support our important mission at CNL. Many have heard, again, part of our waste management is the near-surface disposal facility. We are currently in a judicial review. We are on hold at this point in time. We are not advancing until the judicial review clears. We are still committed to near-surface disposal. In the interim, we continue to safely store all the waste at the Chalk River site. I think if you've been on the site, you've seen our storage. Obviously, we'd like to see permanent disposal instead of continuing to manage containers at the site. So we look forward to advancing the project, but that will not occur until there's a responsible conclusion to the judicial review. And lastly, I just want to, before I turn it over to John, just want to thank everybody again. And there's been a lot of support from this community to the CNL site. It's very evident on the site. The site is really a major part of the community with 3,500 folks. And again, I want to thank you all for your hospitality as we have moved into the area. I've settled into Petawawa now, I've learned where I'm at, because I'm right on the border between the two. And again, it's just been a great experience moving in. I really have enjoyed my time here. You guys have a beautiful setting here. I'm just, it's just awe-inspiring to be out on the river with John Osborne and his boat, just seeing the Ottawa River. It just was an amazing experience. So I'm just looking forward to this summer. I'm trying to get used to the winter, so that's a little tough. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. So Dennis gets to talk about all the really awesome, cool things that happen at the lab. I get to talk about one of the longest, most boring processes ever known or ever invented that very few people do, and that's the license renewal for a nuclear site in Canada. Maybe before I get started, I'll just let you know, like, I was born and raised in Deep River. I've grown up on the river. I left the community and the valley to join the military. I served for 15 years. I'm a retired lieutenant commander. In 1999, I moved back into the Ottawa Valley and started working at Chalk River. In 2019, I retired. In 2024, I unretired. And I'm not quite sure why yet, but hopefully it will materialize as time moves on. So many of you I have actually met before. Glenn and I grew up together. We know lots of stories about each other, which could be made available. Yeah. Anyway, today at Chalk River and in CNL, so my position is the Chief Nuclear Officer for all of Canadian nuclear laboratories. But more significantly today, what we're talking about is the license at Chalk River. And in particular, I'm the license holder for the Chalk River Laboratories. So it's my job to make sure that we stay in bounds or in our swim lanes from a legal perspective through all of the licensing framework which is issued to us through the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. So maybe just a little bit of background on what is a license. So all nuclear operations and facilities, things like mines, mills, radiopharmaceutical companies, and so on, and Chalk River have a license. You have to have a license to conduct nuclear operations in Canada. We've had one in one form or another since 1946, which is 80 years at the Chalk River lab. So we've been in this game for a long, long time. The licenses that we've had have varied in duration and complexity. So sometimes we just get an extension. So you're on, like say a 3-year license, and then you extend it for 6 months. That has happened at Chalk River. We've had them for 5 years. We've had them for 2 years. So they vary. In today's world, the one we're on right now is a 10-year license. It will renew in March of 2028. And so we're at the very, very beginning of this whole process of renewing the license. And there are others in our industry, such as OPG at Darlington. They have just got a 20-year license. So a longer license for a utility is now realistic for us to consider applying those same types of licenses at Chalk River. MDS Nordion in Canada also just got a 25-year license from the CNSC. So these are what we're starting to think about is maybe we need one which is just a little bit longer. And so this slide, of all my slides, is one of the most important ones that we'll look at this morning. We are currently considering going for a longer license duration. Today, we're on a 10-year license. We're just in the very early stages of this, which is why we're here trying to sort of socialize it and communicate and share some of our thinking. We think that going for something longer than 10, maybe 15, maybe as long as 20 makes sense. It makes sense for our communities, for our business, and it's starting to make more sense in the industry, and we'll talk a little bit more about why those things make sense. As we go through this process, as I said, we're at the very beginning of this. March 2028 is when that license rolls over, so we've got lots of time to talk about it. But we would like to hear from everybody. I get out and about in the community. I ride my motorbike all over the place, play hockey, play pickleball, spend lots of time on the river fishing. So I talk to a lot of people in the Ottawa Valley all the time. And now we talk about this instead of like how big the pickerel are or where they're biting or all the really important things. Now we talk about our license duration, and we're happy to talk about it. There is a very formal process for soliciting your feedback, and good, bad, or otherwise, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So we're in a very informal stage right now. While we're talking about license renewals, there's an ongoing sort of oversight mechanism that we respond to. In general, I would say oversight is both broad and deep. So some aspects of the oversight that we receive is very, very broad. It's programmatic. We look at, we're asked to explain different parts of our management system and so on. Other parts are very, very deep, what we would call like a vertical slice. So if we get into environmental monitoring, it's not broad at all. It's very explicit, like it's exactly what level of what chemical comes out of what pipe at what time. And so we have a huge variety of oversight that we respond to. Much of it comes through the CNSC. Some of it comes from Environment and Climate Change Canada, if I've got the name right. Some of it is less formal. So we have folks in the Ottawa Valley who are less supportive of our business, the nuclear industry, and that kind of scrutiny and oversight is also welcome. Answering people's questions, listening to their concerns, and in a sort of genuine, truthful way, answering all their questions is also really, really important to us. It's important to me as a member of the community, but I think it's also important to me as a Chief Nuclear Officer at CNL to respond to all of these different types of oversight in a responsible way. I would maybe just a couple other points. I mean, it's all on the slide, which you've got, but the Public Information Program, which Philip Compass runs locally here for many of our communities. Philip's here in the back. We are putting out a lot of information and listening to our communities all the time. We also have a very robust website, so we have the annual reports that we are obliged to put together. Those are all published on our website, as well as when we go down to the CNSC on an annual basis, we respond to what are called regulatory oversight reviews, where we go and present all our information and we respond to any questions from the Commission or other interveners who may be there. Just thinking about the sort of what happens if we get a longer term license. Some of the benefits are not just for CNL or just for the Chalk River laboratories. Some of these benefits are mutually beneficial and they help all of us, right? So when we talk about economic stability, if we go from knowing that we're here for at least the next 10 years to the next 20 years, that helps all of us, like in terms of our longer term planning, supply chain partnerships. We get the lift of labor and effort that goes into these license renewals is very, very high for staff at Chalk River, but also for the staff at the CNSC and for some of the folks here in the room and your staff. Like as we go out and engage, it's costing everyone a lot of time and money. So reducing the amount of effort that goes into some of these things and reducing the churn and the constant trips to Ottawa to get license renewals is also very beneficial. It also, I think, helps with all of our planning. If you're planning or thinking about building things in your community and you know that we're going to be here at least for the next 20 years because that's what our license says, that's helpful from a planning perspective. But it also helps us, right? It helps us plan our facilities. It helps us plan our operating cycles and tempo over a much longer period of time. For more on our side, in terms of the regulatory framework and being aligned with our industry peers, those are advantageous to us, less so for the communities, but it makes a big difference for us in terms of helping the regulator get lined up with how they produce their regulatory documentation, how they update their regulations in order to respond to the Nuclear Safety Control Act. So it's sort of the path forward in Canada is getting longer term licenses because it makes sense for everybody. I think we've covered some of this stuff already about why is it okay. So just, we think it's safe, which is really the overriding priority of like all the cool stuff that Dennis talked about. We don't do any of that stuff unless we absolutely know that it's going to be safe today and tomorrow and all the way through into how we manage the waste and eventually how we dispose of the waste. Not necessarily at Chalk River, but in Canada. So we've been doing this for a very, very long time. In some cases, actually, I've been doing it for a very, very long time, but CNL and the lab has been there for a long, long time. And we all know people who have worked there for a long, long time. We know that we have decades of safe operation. We've got very mature programs. We do have, events that happen from time to time. That's It's not necessarily okay, but we also know we have very strong and agile systems in place to be able to learn and respond to those events and make sure they don't happen again in the future. So these are all parts of having a mature nuclear operating company, and that's what we have at Chalk River. And I think that's one of the reasons I feel personally okay with this. It is going to be a safe path forward with all those oversight mechanisms and all the benefits for both CNL and for our local communities. It's going to be okay to go for a longer duration from my perspective. Of course, we would like to know that it's okay as well from your perspective. And over the next number of years, like, we will work hard to get into your communities and listen to any questions you might have and answer them as best as we possibly can. Just to that end, like, how do you learn more about this stuff? So there's no specific ask for today. The specific asks and the sort of formal engagements and so on, they come much later, right? We're talking about these hearings will happen probably in December of 2027, maybe into January, February 2028, before we get into a license renewal, actual renewal in 2028. So it's a long time from now. We will be back here in this venue, we'll be in your communities, and there are very formal processes that you will be able to engage with. And I would just highlight for you on this particular slide a couple of things. One is, like, that's my email address that you see there. That's not Philip's or Eric's. Like, you know, that's my address. So if you want to engage with me and ask me questions about something I said today, you can send me an email and I will respond to that. That is probably not well advised by Philip or others to say you shouldn't give them your email address, but I think it's important, right? This lab, like, it's important to me, like, personally, and my community and all of our communities, and I think it's important to Canada that we, you know, represent ourselves with pride and answer all the questions or concerns that we have. So if you want to send me an email, go ahead, and I might not answer it in the first 5 minutes, but I will answer it, or I'll get someone who has the right answer for you to answer that. So I just wanted to point that out. And the second thing on there, these regulatory documents are called Reg Docs, regulatory document. And the second one, Reg Doc 341, talks about how to prepare interventions. I would not suggest you go and read that unless you need late night reading and you're trying to doze off sooner. Like, these are not very good reads, but they do formulate, like, how do you formally engage? This is, like, not a today thing. It's in the next year or so thing, and we'll come back and talk to you more. But if you want to learn more about it, that's a really good way to do it. Just get into 341 and read through that. I think just in conclusion, did I push the wrong button there? There you go. I just want to say thank you for having us here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and communicate some of the things that we're doing. Like I said, license renewal is one of the longest, most boring processes you'll ever be involved in. But for some of us, it's a fascinating process. It's intriguing how it all works. And the chance to get into our communities and listen and learn actually does legitimately excite me. I really enjoy learning and talking to people and listening to their stories and listening to their questions. So I very much appreciate it and look forward to the next time we get a chance to chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. I'm not going to pretend that I understood everything you said, but I do appreciate the passion. Even over the licensing. I mean, come on. They make fun of me for liking budget day. So I'm going to open it up for questions, comments. Member from Renfrew.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for being here. This is part of the ongoing conversation, information, gathering of opinion that we'd hoped for when the GoCo model was rolled out some years ago. And so I really appreciate you being here and offering us information. And so I have just a question, one question and then a statement, but I'll start with the statement first. So in terms of the licensing and moving forward, I think what's driven our involvement here in the chambers has been our trust. And John, you mentioned it about living here, growing up here, coming back here, contributing, retiring, and then unretiring to help shepherd this forward. And I look around the chambers and I see Mayor Dion and I see Councillor Giardini. So the three of you are why, and many others are why, we place such importance on the fact that our neighbors and our friends and our family members are protecting our community at the same time as they're advancing all of the different facets of the nuclear industry. And so I think that's a message we've sent that out pretty continuously, excuse me, since about 2013 or 14. But I think, it's important to recommit to that message. We trust the people on the ground who stay here. And with all due respect to Mr. Carr, management teams come and go and change around, and that's not a disparaging comment. But you correctly noted the most valuable asset is the stable workforce, and that to us is also the safeguard for our community and the reassurance. So I just wanted to really stress that we're aware of that, and we're glad that you recognize the stability and the local content that makes it such a great contributor to Canada's nuclear industry and the economy. With regards to Actinium-225, when you talk about it and going forward, does that technology remain, and I have no idea the right terminology, so please excuse me, does that technology remain copyrighted or held by Canada? And as such, any advancement of it or profit off it stays within, the Canadian community?
Yes, it would be, it's in the ownership of the joint venture, which is Canadian formed, so it stays in Canada. Any profits derived from that are derived to the joint venture. So it's which CNL is a 50% stakeholder in that joint venture. So it stays here in Canada, and it's a pretty exciting, for me, it's just very exciting. Being part of cancer research and advancing it's near and dear to me. So I'm just happy to be part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Cancer research is near and dear to me, too. Anything further? Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Warden, and thank you through you to both Mr. Carr and to Mr. Osborne. I think both of these questions were contained within Mr. Carr's presentation. The first, so we have been utilizing fission for quite some time. When you talked about the testing on fusion materials, how far away are we from actually harnessing nuclear fusion?
Boy, I'm probably the wrong one to ask that question to. I mean, this is a worldwide initiative. I believe the first sustained reaction took place about a year ago that proved that it could happen. And so as a result of that, there's just been an incredible amount of just positive investment in advancing it. And so how far away are we? That's hard for me to say. I'd like to say that we're probably a decade away at least, probably more than that. But again, what we have is the advancement of advanced fission reactors to fall back on. 65% of the power in Ontario continues to be provided. You've seen the announcements of continued support for nuclear and expansion of nuclear in Ontario. So we've got a great technology. The problem with it does still produce some waste. It is a small amount of waste, but it does produce waste, whereas fusion is the opposite. It will not produce that waste, which is an incredible advancement, I think, for all of us. And so I think we're quite a ways away, but it's important to make these investments now for the future because, it's the supply of the fuel for a fusion reactor is essentially, a fusion reactor is essentially unlimited. It exists today in the environment. So it's just an important that it be advanced. And that's really what our mission is at CNL, is the advancement of the technology to support Canada and support the world. And to be quite frank, I don't think everybody realizes is that CNL is the only research and development facility in North America to support the commercial fuel chain for nuclear. All the other laboratories in the U.S., laboratories support government, we support the commercial fuel train, which is very important. That's why things like, fusion, our partnership on fusion are so important, is that it supports where the investment is at, which is commercial investment. Thank you.
Further, and then member from
Thank
Deep
you very
River.
much. So, Mr. Carr, your prescience, I think, provides a good segue. My second question was with regards to the Gentilly One used fuel. I wonder if you could provide a little bit more context. Of course, with the near-surface disposal facility, this community is very much or keenly attuned to nuclear waste. Ultimately, this talks about it being long-term storage, but if this is what I would understand, what previously we referred to as spent fuel, is this a substance that ultimately is on a temporary long-term storage that we can expect will ultimately end up in Ignace?
That is correct.
Mr. Carr, there's a dude at the back that's waving at you.
Okay. This is one of those, what he meant to say was.
It did seem like a preemptive strike. He was like,
No, my colleague Philip gave me the elbow and said, why don't you take this one? Sorry, my name's Eric McGoey. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, so I work for Dennis. We're talking about two different things when we're talking about used fuel and we're talking about NSDF. NSDF is only for low-level waste. Used fuel, as you said at the end of your answer, you're absolutely right. It would be temporarily stored at Chalk River before ultimately being sent to the Nuclear Waste Management Organization's DGR near Ignace in the Wabigoon First Nation territory. So you're absolutely right with the end of the question in terms of it being temporary because it's high-level waste that will only be stored at Chalk River until DGR near Ignace is ready.
supplementary.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And what I was trying to inject is I think that the communications need to be very sensitive from CNL when you're talking about transporting spent fuel onto the site, because that certainly is one of the specters that our community has been hyper aware of. So I think in all communications it is quite clear on what the duration of storage might be, both for our consideration, but also for all of the people that we represent in here. That ultimately, I think that there's only apparently 3 grades of nuclear waste is an oversight. It seems to me that there should be a lot more than 3. But I think that CNL, it would behoove you to be very sensitive in terms of what is being stored at CNL.
Totally agree. There will be nothing disposed of at Chalk River other than low level in the near surface disposal facility. Everything else is storage.
Thank you. Member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. And thank you to Mr. Carr and Mr. Osborne for being here, John, Dennis. As you mentioned, CNL is a very important member of our community. And I just wanted to touch on the licensing. I'm not sure that this council or even Deep River Council has really put any brain cells to the term of the license, but certainly in the past we have stepped forward to support CNL and recognizing the term of the license, what does it, for planning purposes, very important, but there are checks along the way within, the term of that license. So, what that term is, I don't know the importance of that. But what is important to our community is that the legacy waste and how it was dealt with in the past continues, the way it's dealt with continues to improve. Not dissimilar to any industrial site in any community. We want those cleaned up, and the town of Deep River wants some of that, some of the legacy waste at Chalk River, frankly, cleaned up. That's part of your mission that's been given to you by ACL and the federal government, and we want to see that move forward. supporting the licensing, as I say, is really important to our community, and the support of the ongoing operations at Chalk River. But also what's clear is that our communities want to make sure that what you do is safe and responsible, and that we hold you accountable for that also, which is good. And I know some of the former communications personnel would always say that we were good at keeping CNL accountable and making sure that things go well. CNL is a good corporate entity. They're involved in all of our communities. They're involved in activities and important. And so, to Dennis, welcome to Renfrew County and the Chalk River Labs. And we look forward to this type of thing. I think it's important, and probably on a regular basis. What that timing is, I don't know. But that back and forth communication is important, so that we can stand up in the public and say, yes, we know what's going on. They communicate with us all the time, and we believe that things are going well. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Thank you for that. Member from Laurentian Hills, please.
Thank you, Warden. Once again, welcome, John and Dennis. As your biggest neighbor, I want you to know that the Warden talks about the Roma Conference, and it's just important for you to know how much we advocate on your behalf. We use CNL and Garrison Petawawa. The numbers there are staggering with the number of staff you have, and they travel our roads, so we advocate for, Highway 17 to be fixed. We advocate for childcare spaces because we realize that with all these people working at CNL, they need childcare, and there just are no spaces. So I just want to say that it's very important that you let us know what it is that we can do for you as well. And I know that, there will be a get-together for some of us that, and I'm looking forward to talking there. But just keep up like Glenn said, keep up the communication and help us work together.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anne stole all my notes. Member from Petawawa, you get the last word.
Oh boy, pressure. Thank you very much, John and Dennis, for coming and updating us on what's going on in CNL, and thank you for being such good neighbors. I just want to build on what Anne said. We do advocate for a lot of different things, and we do use CNL and the Garrison as prime examples of why it's much needed here in our community. And I just want to thank CNL. Every time that we ask for a letter of support, whether it's for Highway 17 or childcare or whatever it is always offered up very quickly to us to use on our behalf and on your behalf as well. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Now, Gary stole my notes, but that was going to be my point as well. Getting those letters of support when we go to delegations, they're invaluable, so that the government knows we're not just pulling numbers out of the sky or saying this is necessary. It's really necessary. Yeah. So thank you. I'm. All right, member from Renfrew gets the last.
This is your last note that I'm stealing. John, thank you very much for getting Glenn through grade school and high school. We certainly appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'm not telling any stories if Glenn doesn't.
I'm just imagining a lot of cheating. I want the stories next Thursday. Misspent youth. I love it. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. Stay warm. Thank you to our friends in the back. Nobody else saw you. All I could see was... All right. CAO correspondence.
All relevant correspondence has been received and forwarded to the appropriate committee for dissolution. Thank you.
Thank you, kind sir. So we have to go into closed. Would it be, just for timing, would it be smart to take a quick break, come back, go into closed, and then do the reports afterwards, just for the delegates that are in our closed?
I think we're still waiting for one more individual to join us in closed. I think I believe at least one committee report is fairly brief.
Yep, they both are.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, so at this time, I will turn it over to Chair Donahue with the Health Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Just bear with me as I scroll furiously to the page.
No, because Glenn, he was misbehaved.
To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. There is a single item, Madam Warden, a resolution with respect to signing authority for resident trust accounts. Resolution number H-CC-26-01-07. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that the signing authority for the Scotiabank Monasher Manor resident trust accounts are two of the following four names. Dean Quaid, Daniel Burke, Kim Prentice, and Shiji Patelil. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. And resolution number H-CC-26-01-08, moved by myself and seconded by committee once again, that County Council approve that the signing authority for the Bank of Montreal Miramichi Lodge resident trust accounts and the Miramichi Lodge Nevada account are two of the following five names: Dean Quaid, Daniel Burke, Nancy Lemire, Kim Prentice, and Brendan Mellish. The background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with council as committee.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution item number 1, any comments, questions, concerns with either of them? Yep, member from Evanston Robley.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. After the Health Committee, I actually engaged offline with Mr. Quaid. I wonder if he could shed a little bit more light on the specifics of the trust accounts. My question to him at the time was, do we have, is this like a power of attorney type signing authority we have over trust accounts? And it is not. And I wonder if Mr. Quaid could just provide some clarity.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to the committee. I am just confirming that the trust accounts essentially are where our residents are depositing monies for their trust account, i.e. for haircuts, pinkies, whatever. It is then turned around and credited into our system. So it's just an account for all residents to submit their funds for payments for, like I say, those extra TV, cable bills, all those things.
Thanks for the clarification. Anything further? May I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Wonderful. And now over to Chair Emo with the Corporate Services.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship. Members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Number 1 is resolution number FACC 260105, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved number 1, the clarified role and duties of the Deputy Warden as outlined in this report. Number 2, direct staff to prepare any necessary amendments to the county's procedural bylaw to reflect the approved role. And number 3, confirm that the appointment of Deputy Warden does not confer additional authority on standing committee roles beyond those explicitly approved by County Council. And you see the background and the discussion, the 3 bullet points, and then you would see the duties of the Deputy Warden and then the financial implications. Number 2 is signing authority, Bank of Montreal, resolution number FACC 260107, moved by chair, myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved that the signing authority for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew Bank of Montreal accounts are 2 of the following 4 names: Craig Kelly, Gwen Dombrowski, Daniel Burke, Gregory Belmore, and that the electronic signature policy be updated as required. You see the background there as well. Bylaws, Council Remuneration Bylaw, resolution number FACC 260106, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt the revised bylaw for the remuneration of members of the Council of the County of Renfrew effective January 1, 2026, and that bylaw 2525 be repealed. and you see the background, which includes the previous bylaw, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. We'll go back to resolution number 1, the role of the deputy warden. Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. So differently than what we would recognize as well, in my case, Reeve or deputy mayor, in that case, if at the lower tier, sorry, I'll get my brain together here yet, if the mayor can't or won't act, it falls upon the deputy mayor to take over that role. That's not what this is intended to be. So I just wanted to make that clear that it's quite a bit different, actually, than what the Municipal Act says the deputy head of council is.
Do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, no, happy to, and through you, Warden. That is correct. This is in keeping with the deputy warden role as it currently is before this is enacted, whereas largely ceremonial. In the case of the warden not being able to act, our procedural bylaw is fairly clear on who shall act or who shall chair a meeting, which at this point in the procedural bylaw says that it falls upon any previously sitting warden that's currently elected to county council, and if that's not the case, a person at large a person is selected from at large to sit by a majority of your peers.
Thank you. Craig and I had many, many, many conversations about that. Anything further on item number 1? I will say now that the roles and responsibilities are actually defined, I know that one person did reach out expressing interest, and I had 2 others asking questions about the role. So now I would say, if you'd like to be deputy warden, could you let me know? Thank you. The one person that reached out doesn't need to. I've got that. All right, item number 2, signing authority. Member for Babaston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just while this report was being made, I went back to the corporate services report as well to see if I could find it there. I think previously was the warden not also a named individual, and I'm kind of curious why that would be removed. That might have been within the corporate services report, but I don't recall. It seems like it is something that should endure. The head of this council would still continue to have that authority.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. You are correct that it has historically been members of elected, either the chair of community services or the warden, who has had signing authority over various bank accounts. We have attempted to simplify that by having only one set of signing authorities for all accounts, as well as a bit more consistency to those signing authorities, because I think the original premise was that these mechanical signatures were actually stamps, but going forward, by and large, they are software programs, and it does cause us a bit of work, and there is some cost associated to that, to updating our signing authorities in the various computer programs that generate checks. So we're trying to avoid having to rechange the signatures in 10 months, if that is the case when the election happens.
Supplementary.
Thank you. I'm perplexed, though, if in fact these aren't original signatures and the person ostensibly doesn't even need to be in the room when the checks are being run. So the signature is essentially a digital signature. I can't see that there's an issue. And I think that it is a gap. I think that, in fact, there should be a connection to the elected that are here on behalf of all of the ratepayers of the county of Renfrew. Presumably, if all of the catalog of approved signatures is available, I'm not sure, does the system even randomly assign who's going to sign it? Ultimately, if it could be any one of the 5. But I am, simply because I think that they should continue to endure to be the head of this council, should continue to have authority in this regard. I can't support the resolution as it is. Thank you.
Mr. Burke, you look like you wanted to respond.
Through you, Warden, just to clarify, the cost is incurred at the changing of the signature, not the applying of it. You are correct that it, no, the warden has not picked up a check in some time. That's a mechanical internal operating procedure, but the electronic signature applications that we use do charge us to change the signatures and the various controls that go with that. So there is a bit of a cost to changing the signatures on a routine basis.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of curiosity, how many checks would an elected person have to sign in a month?
Too many.
Through you, Warden, a rough estimate, possibly 400.
I had a stamp previously, which was used, and now my stamp is in Bonnechere Valley. So anything further? Member from Deep River, please.
Out of curiosity's sake, when an electronic signature is used on whatever the document, is the person's signature that's being used, is there some kind of notification that that's being done?
Yes, as recently as yesterday.
Okay, then yes, what is that notification?
So through you, Warden, I believe yesterday's comment would have been not this check signing authority, right?
No.
It would have been a signature on a contract that we've exercised. In terms of check signing authority, no, it wouldn't be notified. That would be held at an internal operating procedure as to who is approving, and usually it's tagged to management levels, depending on the size of the check is how it flows up. But it is always two different individuals who are authorizing these checks, and one of them, upon their approval, will apply that signature to a check.
Mr. Burke is correct. I was asked yesterday if my electronic signature, which unfortunately Gwen didn't have until this morning, could be used on 2 contracts. I gave permission, but previously, and I'm sure, Peter, you must have had this too, they just used my stamp on checks. I don't think I ever signed a check. Member from Evanston Bromley.
I have had a change of heart. I am going to introduce a resolution that, in fact, the warden, by name, whoever that warden should be at any given year, be included as a signing authority with respect to the Bank of Montreal.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by the member from Deep River. You've heard the motion on the floor. All in favor? Oh, that carries. Okay. Good enough. So we have to change that. Sorry, I was shocked. Yes, member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Warden. As the head of the chamber, my vision is with the check signing that you may be signing, you'll be more informed of what's happening within the whole scope of the county.
So my point is that I never saw a check. In 3 years, I did not sign a check. I don't believe, maybe 1, maybe 2. But my stamp was used on every check, and I never saw those checks. So they do a check run, they would take my stamp and stamp the checks. So there's no extra oversight by having, at least in my opinion, the warden's signature on a check. I'm getting a nod from former Warden Emo. We never saw the checks. This isn't, our signatures are used for contracts, etc. Yes, go ahead.
So in the very old days, a few years ago, and I think some municipalities still do this, there's a check run where you as head of council come in, went through them, initialed them, then the checks went out. That doesn't happen. Just as Mr. Burke has said, there's 400 or 500 checks, going out on in batches. So that's never happened in my time, in my previous incarnation, and in this last time in office. I think it would be impossible to try and schedule that around the erratic nature of the warden's schedule to have things done on a timely manner. So you don't see the check run, you don't see the invoices coming in, there's a conversation about it. If there's something of interest or there's something that's going to blow up someday down the road, yes, you hear about it. But other than that, no, you're not involved.
Exactly. Member for Madison Bromley.
I wonder if there's someone in the room can identify which of those 4 that are named as signing authority do see all of the checks.
I'm sure Daniel does.
You are correct, Madam Warden. I do review every singular check that flows out of this building, with the exception of those that leave from the Ontario Works system. So again, there's several systems generating payments within the County of Renfrew, and Ms. Patrick and her supervisors would also be reviewing those types of payments. Again, currently applying a warden's electronic signature to those. So I see most of the payments, I guess, then I'll rephrase. I see most of the payments that leave this building. And sometimes, depending on who's around, it will either be Craig or Gwen who will do the other half of the reviewing as required, or we have an internal SOP to fall back on a 3rd, 4th staff member to apply the warden's signature.
Thank you for that. All right. Well, that motion passed, so... and number 3, council remuneration. The report as a whole, as amended. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? All right. We do have a closed session. I see that our delegates are on line. We'll take a 10-minute break. We will resume at maybe 10:55. So grab coffee and do your thing, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. Hope you had a good break. All right. So, oh yeah, consent items. Are there any? And any other staff reports?
None.
Excellent. All right, I have a resolution. Be it resolved that council move into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended for the purpose of a meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is the security of property of the municipality or local board and proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Clover Health, 330 Boundary Road, and Heart Hub. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. All in favor? We are now enclosed. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Davis, if you would read the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Warden, and welcome back. The recommendation that County Council authorizes the Warden and Clerk to execute the offer of lease as modified and recommended by legal counsel, and all related documentation for the property located at 330 Boundary Road East, Pembroke, Ontario, and that staff be directed to take all necessary administrative actions to finalize the lease arrangements. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from North Elgin-Wilberforce. Discussion?
Recorded vote, please.
Certainly. Ms. Dombrowski, thank you. Member from Renfrew.
Are we still able to offer comment on this prior to the vote? Is there discussion? Or as soon as...
I don't see why not. We haven't voted. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a time for us to to reassure our community that we are moving forward in somewhat uncertain times in our relationships with the province to assist people in need in our community. As often when you are the first or amongst the first and you adopt a particular model and service, you need to adjust on the fly, and that has to be recorded or incorporated in our documents as we're going forward. And I think it's also important to reassure that, our investment is for the longer term as we move forward with the lease and then also with the operation. It's investments sometimes take a while, and when you're investing in services, especially social services and community services, the investment is not readily apparent. And one of the things we do really well here is we do research and we track things. So we should be able to provide a report card, if you will, on our successes and use that report card at the same time to improve the service that we deliver. So we're really asking for the community and our partners to continue to invest in our efforts as we represent the community.
Thank you. Anything further? And now we will have a recorded vote. Ms. Dombrowski, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Donahue.
Opposed.
Councillor Emo. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I start at the beginning. I believe, no, that's right. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Emo.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Giardini.
In favor.
Councillor Grills.
In favor.
Councillor Hodnott.
Sorry, I didn't expect me that quick. I'm in favor.
Councillor Yon.
In favor.
Councillor Lynch.
In favor.
Councillor Mayville.
In favor.
Warden Murphy.
In favor.
Councillor Nicholson.
In favor.
Councillor Proctor.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Service.
In favor.
Councillor Schulest.
In favor.
Councillor Watt.
In favor.
Councillor Weir.
Opposed.
Councillor Brose.
In favor.
And Councillor Doncaster.
Opposed.
The motion carries with 13 votes for, 4 against, 180 to 41.
Thank you. All right, and moving on, we have no reports from representatives appointed to external boards. Any notices of motion? Seeing none, we don't have any written motions. Announcements. Yes, member from Madawaska Valley, please.
Yes, true, Madam Warden. You'll find on your table a poster of an event that is happening in Renfrew County. Madawaska Valley is excited to announce our very first Family Day weekend event called Flannel Fest. It is a multi-day event which starts on Wednesday, February 11th and runs until Monday, February 16th. A fun-filled event for everyone with a lot of outdoor winter fun, live music by local Renfrew County artists, cultural displays, and much more. Join us at our inaugural Flannel Fest in the towns of Wilno, Barry's Bay, and Commermere. Buy sleigh, skate, sled, snowshoe, or whatever, and celebrate our valley spirit. Renfrew County West will rock the family weekend. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you. I want to know what the much, much more is.
Yeah.
Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and I just wanted to let council know that if they want to have a unique experience, we are offering Skate the Oval track at the Snowdrifters site on Sunday, February the 1st, and there's free complimentary hot chocolate. So there's also going to be a hill available for children if they want a sleigh ride. So everybody's welcome to come and join us. Thank you.
And the following weekend is the 50th anniversary of the Bonashir Cup. A member from Amiston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Certainly in keeping with the events looming on a very nearby basis this weekend, the Douglas Frosty Fun will be into its second half century with our 51st Frosty Fun Carnival. There are a myriad number of free activities over the entire weekend. Meet the Keepers Wildlife Show, a magic show, fireworks, and of course Sunday, kind of the signature events that draws them from miles, are both the Lions Club breakfast from 9 to 12 p.m. and of course the hot roast beef supper from 4 to 6 p.m. So I would invite everyone to descend on Douglas this weekend. It looks like it's going to be a glorious winter weekend, lots of sunshine, moderate winter temperatures, just an outstanding opportunity to get out and enjoy Canadian winter. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you for that. Member from Deep River.
Thank you, Warden. I probably should have done this previously, but just FYI, FCM related, along with Groundhog Day, and my MasterCard statements ready, I have a special FCM board meeting virtually on February 2nd, and then the week of February 16th, virtually, I have committee meetings most of that week, and then beginning of March, so the first week of March will be our board week.
Sorry, what day was that?
The board week is...
No, your virtual meeting on the 2nd. What day is that?
That is Monday, I believe, yeah.
No, but what day is it that you said?
Groundhog Day.
Sorry, what day was it?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, and in Bonashir Valley, we are doing 25, I knew you'd like that. We are doing 25 events to celebrate our 25th anniversary of amalgamation. So I will have a calendar of events. I wasn't as prepared as Mayor Schulist was, and we're just sort of gathering all the amazing things that are going on in Bonashir Valley this year, but it should be a fun year in BV. So I'll let everybody know when to descend on us. Any other announcements? Awesome. All right. Any new business? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, second by the member from Killoughby, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 8-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on January 28, 2026, now be numbered, deemed, read 3 times and passed. Moved by the member from Aviston Bromley, second by the member from Laurentian Hills. All in favor? And finally, a resolution that County Council adjourn at 12:33 p.m. and reconvene at, not county, obviously, operations or DMP. Oh, what time? 1:15. All right. Operations will commence at 1:15. Can I have a mover and seconder to adjourn? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, second by the member from Whitewater. All in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you, Council.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to call the Operations Committee meeting for Wednesday, January 28th to order. Evelyn, has the roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof in any of the matters before us? Seeing none, we'll move on to the adoption of the minutes. Can I get a mover and seconder for the minutes from our meeting of November 26th, if you can remember that far back? Moved by the member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Any comments or questions? Everybody remembers that far back. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on to delegations and presentations, and I will turn this over to Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, County Council. Thank you, Chair, and through you to County Council. We have a presentation of our 2026 overview of our budget. So yes, the department. So this is very, very proud to say this is the team that looks after your roads, puts in your bridges. Yeah, it's amazing, an absolutely amazing group of people. It's the fondest group of people I've ever had the pleasure of working with, actually. So yeah, so very nice. So the department purpose, as you know, our purpose is to maintain and rebuild and rehabilitate county structures, roadways. We provide a safe, serviceable transportation network to move goods and materials. That's our main goal in the county of Renfrew. We serve the transportation needs of all the county residents. So not to be brash, but hopefully you will never use a paramedic service. Hopefully you'll never use social services. But at some point in your life, either you went from the hospital or you went to the morgue or went to the, what do you call it, funeral home on a county road. So at least twice in your life, you're going to use a county road. So we take great pride in making sure that county road is comfortable for your first ride and your last ride. So our team uses expertise. Our team uses expertise in winter operations. As you know, we have a Class A cleaning snow clearing group. They obviously keep to the minimum maintenance standards. Normally we exceed them, and thanks to Mike and his team, because Mike Beam looks after the public operations group. And of course, as you know, Taylor Hanrath looks after the engineering group. And again, they do some amazing work. And now that we've got the trails online, we do have to comply with legislation for trails, recreation trails as well. The key learnings from 2026. So as I alluded to earlier on, we're very, very proud of the fact that we did over $40 million worth of capital. So that was our group designed internally, 60.6 kilometers of road, and designed 8 bridges in-house. So we're very, very proud of that. And of course, we did complete a transportation master plan, which the reminder is, as Vice Chair Lynch told you in November, you had till January 9th to make comments. We have not had one comment on the transportation master plan sent to us yet, so please have your staff look over it and send us some comments ASAP, as Mr. Hanrath will come as a delegation in February to review. Of course, many learnings. What we did learn is this group that you just seen a photo of can complete an immense amount of work in one season. Pretty amazing. Also, if we're going to continue at this pace, we do need another technician, and you'll see that in our 2026 budget for a business case for another tech, because we're getting spread thin. Our group is getting spread thin, and we may possibly be missing things. But we will collect savings on our OSIM inspections, because we'll do our inspections in-house instead of hiring a consultant. Also, one of the things that we learned last year is communications. Obviously, I mean, there's nothing new to you guys, but how to communicate with all our municipal partners, the base, Chalk River, it's just phenomenal, the amount of effort that Tina and our staff put into communications. So that's one of the things that we look forward to learning going forward. And of course, I believe we're at a junction point, obviously, with artificial intelligence, that as we go forward, digitalization and artificial intelligence is definitely going to change our. There's always going to need to be someone in a plow truck. There's no one. I don't believe there's ever going to be someone that can invent something that can drive down Round Lake Road and deal with snow, rabbits, deer, people. I just can't see it happening, but I could be wrong. But on the other side of the coin, engineering and stuff, yes, definitely. There's going to be programs developed that can do all the engineering for us. And of course, the risks are our long-term asset management plan. As you may or may not know, we are continually decreasing our asset management plan to compensate for other areas to make way for the budget. So if we keep doing that, as you know, we've already reduced our PCI index, which we're going to strive to get down to over the next 10 years. But you'll see worsening roads over the next 10 years. And of course, some of the other risks that we have is multimedia. So of course, everybody has a voice now, be it Snapchat, Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever. They all have a voice, so it's something that we've become acutely aware of. And again, thanks to Tina she looks after us a lot. Some of our priorities, as always with government, we would love to maximize our value to lower costs. So like last year, for example, we had a really good rates on our asphalt, so we actually did more with less, or less with more. So we're looking forward to that again. We haven't got road projects back yet, but we did get a couple of bridge tenders back, and they were under estimate, so we're excited about that. We certainly want to enhance the community connectivity, be it a rural transit system that we've got in a draft mode right now, and we've got a committee to look into it, but also just in terms of intermodal continuity and transportation. So again, we use hardened shoulders, 1 meter hardened shoulders as our desired road width on any of our roads that we do. And the reasoning for that is for people that want to walk in the rural, and also for people who want to ride pedal bikes in the rural. So modernization through the use of software, as I alluded to, AI is becoming much more prominent. And I think as time goes on, you'll see it very prominent in our engineering group. Anyways, what the future holds, only Mr. Musk and Mr. Bezos knows. So anyways, we look forward to it. And of course, progressive policy and planning, which is one thing that we always keep on the horizon. One thing we've noticed over the last 10 years is constantly evolving. So we need policies to not just to make sure that we're treating everyone as fairly as we can. So our policies basically in the engineering group are what work we do, how we do it, when we do it, where we do it, so that if any of our municipal partners come to us, we have a guideline and a policy to discuss. So major projects and milestones, of course, for 2026, as you may know, our plow trucks come with pre-wet equipment. So some of them weren't working, so we're in the process of getting that worked. And any new trucks that come online, we are having pre-wet on the units. This is not a full liquid application unit. This is just adding liquid to the salt, so the salt actually works faster when it hits the road. It doesn't decrease our salt use. It doesn't. It just makes the road better faster. So, electronic road patrol and service records. This is something we've been working on for a number of years. We just cannot find the right software. We've trialed numerous different software that combines with our GPS systems, that combines with our AVL systems, automatic vehicle locating, and compliance, and also works with our GIS, but we just have not found the one that works, and we're not reinventing the wheel here. There's lots of communities in Ontario that have it, so we've been in negotiations with other communities just to see what we can find that would suit our needs. Departmental communication strategy. This is something that Taylor and his group are heading up because they do most of obviously the new bridge work and stuff like that. And so we want just better communication. Like, we feel we do a good job until one of our municipal partners comes forward and says, no. So we're definitely trying harder. We have a meeting with your public works staff in December to make sure that they're aware of what's coming up in the 2026 construction season. So they're all in the know. Our problem is the general public, is making sure that they know, because I'm sure, as you know, in the rural, they don't listen to radios, they don't have satellite radio, they don't have TV, they got no access to newspapers, so communicating with some people is a little difficult, but we try our best. The The new trails management policy for 2026, again, right now, we have one gentleman that looks after our trails coordinator, Anthony Hobbs, through Taylor Hanrath. And I think going forward in the next number of years, you're going to see the trails become a significant item in our budget. I think that they're going to need staff, because right now, as the Public Works group, when we have time, we go out and, look after the trail in the summer, be it brushing or grading or whatever, right? But as time goes on, it's going to become an entity, we feel. So they're working on a trails management plan. The Transportation Master Plan, once we do adopt it in whatever form, we will be moving forward with the recommendations that are in there in terms of long-term financial planning for some of these major projects that are on the horizon. And of course, our capital program for roads, recreation trails, structure, equipment, and public yards is annually, every year. And the maintenance asset management plan. So for public works, we obviously have an asset management plan for both our capital works and also for all of our equipment. So we maintain that. So budget and resource requirements. So obviously increased costs and staffing needs. So as I alluded to earlier, we will be looking for a new staffing member. The capital requirements is continued completion of the annual capital program and asset management plan. So as you know in your packages that you've seen, our asset management plan is laid out for 10 years. So we know where we're going for all our road works and stuff and bridge works in the next few years. And again, under staffing, we're hoping to add another technician because the volume of work is getting extensive. And of course, as I alluded to just a second ago, is reviewing the trails recreation staffing needs for that. So right now there's just one gentleman, and the trail is getting very long. Revenue opportunities. So again, we always look for grant funding. We try to get recoveries for repairs. So anyone has an accident on our roads, unfortunately, we ding their insurance company if it's a reported accident. So if OPP has a file number for it, we can actually get some of our costs back from an accident. So shared services with local municipalities. We feel that it may require more staff, but the issue is what shared services we want to do. Like if we wanted to take over plowing for one of your municipalities, obviously we'd have to add staff to make that occur. So that's the easiest example I can give you. The other issue is that we do transportation public works. We don't do water sewer, we don't do wastewater treatment, we don't do water treatment, and we don't do solid waste. So once we start getting into those realms, then we need expertise in those realms. So cost savings, again, as always, we are always looking for new technologies, and that's one thing that Taylor and the engineering group are really good at is finding new technologies to implement. For example, again, we're not bleeding edge. We're leading edge people. Like we like to make sure it worked somewhere else and worked well, and then we try it, right? So, for example, Mud Lake Road here we did with asphalt with a fiber in it. So that was a new technology that Taylor and Mike and his group all looked into, and we've tested it, and it looks like it's going to work for us. So we'll know more as the years go on. So we feel that there's a cost savings there because now we've actually installed this on a road, and it's actually going to give us, as you'll recall from the graphs I've shown you when you do pavement management, how much it gets extra life out of your road. So this is a product that should theoretically give us extra life out of the road. And service level review. So obviously for us, all our service levels are legislated by the provincial government. We have the minimum operating standards for road works, road maintenance standards for snow clearing. So we maintain that, but we keep a close eye on it because if the provincial government decides to change it, it may be an opportunity or a challenge to us, whichever way the government decides to go. So increasing costs for decreasing average. So as I alluded to earlier, we are taking money from our asset management plan and using it elsewhere within the county. So as time goes on, you're going to see a decrease in our roads, which we've already agreed, council already approved that we'd go down to a PCI, which is pavement condition index, of 60. So right now, as you can see, we're actually sitting at a 71.6 for PCI. So to go down to 60 is a significant decrease in the road quality, but it's also, it saves money because we're not spending as much to keep the roads in the shape that they're required. So what you're going to see over the next few years is bad roads are going to get worse, as opposed to they'd get bad, and then we do a minor rehabilitation on it. We're not going to have minor rehabilitations anymore. They're going to end up being full rehabilitations later in life of the asphalt. So that's the easiest way to say it is bad roads are going to get worse before they get better. And of course, our bridge condition index is 70.2 right now, and it looks to go down to 68. So again, we're spending less money, but the bridges are still safe. No worries about bridges or culverts not being safe. And then our key performance indicators so the outputs are exactly what we do, which is I explained roads, bridges, trails, and our capital projects are designed and constructed, equipment purchases, and service requests. So from those inputs, what are the outcomes? We maintain the minimum maintenance standards with the minimum amount of equipment, the minimum amount of staff that can maintain those standards. And then, of course, our asset condition ratings, again, we now have new targets to shoot for. So from the outputs that we do, that's the product that comes out of it is how these conditions are going to work out later in life. Work order completion, the group takes great pride in answering service requests. Anyone who phones the County of Renfrew, 9 chances out of 10 get some voice. They actually speak to someone. They get forwarded on to us. We get service requests, be it a mailbox, be it a pothole, but our group takes great pride in completing those service requests, and we do go back to make sure that they're closed at, might be end of season, but because normally if it's just something minor, it just sits in the process, but we do close them, so we take great pride in that. And efficiencies, so the longevity of our assets, so as I alluded to, for example, on Mud Lake Road, using that new pavement product would give us a little longer life out of that road. As you see from this month's report, that we went with an option for a bridge. Instead of building it on site, they're going to actually build it away from the site and bring it. So that actually theoretically makes a better product because it's a much more controlled environment. So that adds to the longevity of the asset. Time schedule for design, again, back to our asset management plan. As we go down through, things that are in the asset management plan are designed earlier, so we get a better cost estimate. So when we go forward, when we go to tender, we should have a better number, because one time we had an estimate of the repair, and then we do the tender and we'd find out that we estimate it wrong. And it usually wasn't estimated high, it was estimated low, and then we'd have to come back to county council and ask for more money. So right now we're trying to stay ahead of that curve, and Taylor's group, to their credit, are doing all the engineering prior. So that's fantastic. Life cycle costs for assets. Again, as we talked about the pavement assets, so doing the right work at the right time with the right amount of money is what makes our lifestyle, or our assets last, their lifestyle. And of course, cross collaboration with other departments. We do work with other departments well. I do hope so when we're asked. Obviously, our closest neighbor is Mr. Davis's group in property and development, but we do work well with Andrea, and we do work with EMS, and we are very pleased. We don't do much with the homes, though. We did help you out in a water crisis, but yeah, when we're called on, our guys show up. So yes, thank you very much. But our goal is to continue to collaborate and innovate. So one of the things that back to the warden's first comments about a family feel, it is very much a family feel here in the building, just amongst ourselves. Is you can banter crazy, well, not crazy ideas, but ideas off people, and they'll say, oh yeah, that sounds reasonable, or we tried that before, and it's non-confrontational. It's excellent. I really enjoy it, so thank you. And of course, we don't silo ourselves out, so we try to make sure that everyone's aware of what everyone else is doing. So that goes back to Craig with the SLT. So he has an SLT meetings on Tuesday, then I have a staff meeting on Thursday to disseminate the information down. So hopefully the theory is, other than closed stuff or stuff that we can't share, most everybody in the organization knows what's going on here, or hopefully know what's going on here. And then the organizational culture. So again, back to the why statement. So I believe public works and engineering, we live the why statement, right? We do take compassion, and I know that the group I work are very empathetic to most situations that are out there. Be it an entrance requirement, or someone's got a problem with a fence or something, or a mailbox has been knocked down. This group is really good at doing that. We would like to strengthen our public communications again, because we find that the earlier we can get people involved, the better it gets as we go down the line. Because one time we did work, and we'd tell you we were doing work like a couple of days before we did the work. And that was not a really very well communicated plan. So anyways, moving on, we're trying to do much better than that. And of course, the teamwork is, as I alluded to with the picture at the beginning, is fantastic. So risks and opportunities. So the red flag here is growth needs to be addressed. So again, from our transportation master plan, there's $40 million worth at 2024 monies that are out there on the horizon that the county has no plan for. There's no plan for growth within the county of Renfrew. The easiest way to say it is we repair what you see. If the road is 2 lanes, we put back 2 lanes. If it's a bridge, we normally put back a bridge. Or if there's an option to put a cheaper culvert in, we put back a culvert. So there's outliers in the growing areas of Aaron Pryor, Petawawa, Renfrew, and I'm assuming McNabb Braeside will soon be on once the 417 comes. But we have identified outliers. So that is a huge red flag. Of course, climate change is what it is. So yeah, so that's another problem for us. And rising costs, of course, as you may have read, the provincial government has seen extraordinary increases in construction. We haven't felt that yet in Renfrew, so I'm interested to see how that goes in terms of asphalt pricing and labor rates. So evolving legislation, again, we stay abreast to all the legislation that's pertinent to our roles, be it the soils regulations, occupational health and safety regs, and of course our minimum maintenance standards for road, and then anything that does with MOL for Ministry of Labor for our staff, make sure everyone is safe. Some of the technology needs, we definitely want to get to an electronic road patrol so that everything is easily found. If we do have to go to court or something like that, it's just a flick of a button as opposed to digging through people's diaries and handwritten sheets and stuff like that. So we really want to get onto that. We just cannot find the exact software yet. Like it's hard for whatever reason. You would think someone would have cracked the egg by now, but anyways, apparently not. Workforce challenges. So for us, is retaining the staff that we have. Thankfully, our group is solid right now, but people come and go, and with the volume of work, like one of the things that I have to check in on these guys and ladies just to make sure they're okay, because they are doing a horrendous amount of work in the summer. They do have the lull in the fall and the winter when they're preparing for next summer, but once summer comes, they're flat out. And then on the other side of the house is the Public Works group. So just a shout out to the Public Works guys. They've been going since before Christmas without a break because of this weather. So my hat's off to those guys and ladies who come to work every day and go plow snow. So yeah, and then strategic opportunities to modernize and digitalize. So as I said, AI is in the future for us, or so I think. And I think you'll see some vast improvements in engineering and administration areas. They're not going to need smart people anymore. We just need people to do the work, right? Because someone's going to have to hammer a nail, unless someone dreams up something really good. And we want to share as much services as we can with local municipalities. So one of the things we've done is we've done some in-house engineering, be it a culvert size. We've done, any of the drainage plans and stuff like that. Taylor and his group have capacity. When they have capacity, we do that for local tiers. And yeah, so that's our goal is to be better. And that's it. Questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Perkins. This is slide 3, the one with the heading of review and key learnings. In risks, I don't know if those are simply cited as potential or on the horizon, because the second and last bullet points kind of jumped out at me. Is that something we are experiencing, or are those simply cited to put in front of council that these are potential risks down the road?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you for the question. I don't see it in the group personally. I check in on them regularly, but what happens at home for some people may be different, right? But it's definitely, in terms of any organization, right, that's a risk for any group, right, is staff burnout and like too much change on a group is not good for morale, right? So personally, I don't want to speak for all of the group, because some people may have problems and keep it to themselves. But we do like to do wellness checks on everybody. But it is a risk going forward for I believe, any organization.
Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Lee. Lee, you mentioned about recovery of through insurance. What type of recovery do we look for? Is it just guardrail or poles, or is it for time as well, for staff time? And if you could just expand on it, and also if you know where we get our authority to do that.
And I guess just for is that our insurance, or is it the occupants or whoever's insurance?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you. Yes, we bill for our time, the pickup truck to go out and pick up the guardrail, any ancillary bills to whatever damage happened, be it they took out a guardrail or took out a street light or a traffic light. So I'm not sure what the regulation is, but we do use the MTO's error system. So I'm assuming that there's some regulation somewhere that says we can do it. Maybe Ev, if you don't mind, Ev, do you know where we get the permission to bill? And we bill their insurance, not ours. No, sorry. Okay, sorry, Ev. No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I didn't know if you knew.
This has been something we've been doing for years.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there is a regulation, but as long as I've been part of Public Works and prior in my years when I worked there earlier, we have always been able to send claims out to the individuals or their insurance companies. And yes, it is part of the ERA system that we have an agreement with the OPP.
Thank you,
Ev. Member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Chair. At the Roma, there was one session for Ontario One, which is the technology that every municipality, county will be part of this electronic bank where culverts, hydro lines, sewers, everything known to man in your municipality will be under this Ontario One. And they've asked municipalities to make a resolution toward that. I'm curious if you've been part of that submission?
Thank you, Chair. No, we haven't been yet. I did watch that seminar, so yeah. But no, I haven't been informed of that yet. I'm sure we'll contribute when the time comes.
Member from Edmundston Bromley.
No, let's go with the North Algona Wilberforce.
Okay. North Algoma Wilberforce.
I did have my hand up,
Thank you,
so
Chair.
I don't know if you're thinking you made a mistake, or if in fact my hand was up ahead of North Algona Wilberforce.
It was, but...
So in fact you were correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sure, normally I am.
I just wanted to pick up on the director's call. I'm assuming part of everybody's insurance is PLPD, property damage. So I cannot imagine case law itself would underscore whether they run into my house and damage my house or run into a stoplight. It is property damage that their insurance is manifestly required to make right.
Thank you. Member from North Algoma Wilberforce.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Lee, excellent presentation. Just a question in the staffing enhancement, you're looking to add another engineering technician. Do you see the volume of work to keep that individual busy with the county, or is there an opportunity for the lower tier to utilize that service as well?
Yeah, I truly believe, and in conversation with Taylor and his team, there's an opportunity for us to help with, again, with road design, perhaps. Again, you got to remember we don't do water and sewer or anything like that, right? So we're just we're this high above the road, and actually with the culverts, we have a civil designer in house that's been fantastic for us. Omar is his name, and we're really proud. But yes, they have done numerous designs now for other lower tier municipalities. So by adding this individual, which by the way comes out of the capital budget, so it's that person's time is attributed to the actual approved capital budget. So it's not an actual, it doesn't come out of our operating. But anyways, it's half dozen more than 60 other. But yes, that would be the dream, is to provide. I mean, I would love to see us have a JP2G, but that's way off in the future. But I mean, we have 3 engineers in our department. Like you don't realize how fortunate we are you know, 2 civil engineers and a mechanical engineer. That's unheard of. Structural engineer.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I guess thanks for the review of you know, what you did, what we've done, and projecting into the future and some of the risks. I think it's very valuable for committee to have that overall picture, and even where there's opportunities and roadblocks. Is there anything else with respect to the presentation? Seeing none, you're good. We'll continue on. To item, that was item 5. Item 6, communications. Item A, there's 2 pieces of correspondence. And the recommendation, I would entertain a motion. Okay, so 2 pieces of correspondence and related to the sign policy, billboards, and regulating the advertising on county road allowance. Any comments or questions around those? Member from Arnprior.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious if the people of the billboards contacted their municipality to see if they had a CIP program. Thank you.
I'm not aware that this happened. I'm not sure staff would know if that happened, but Mr. Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Actually, right now, our staff communicates with Petawawa. Petawawa is the only ones that don't allow in the right-of-way, but we definitely can find out. But all these signs have to come to us for approval, right? And they're in our right-of-way. As you read from the correspondence, what they're concerned about is there's no public consultation to put up a billboard. Now, we do have a sign policy that says the size and the quantity and where they are, and, you know, they can't block views and that sort of thing. But what I was looking for here was, well, yeah, sorry, I'll leave it at that. I don't, yeah.
Okay. Member from Bonnechere Valley, I think.
So
I don't know what that was.
I think what you were trying to get at was you're looking to see if we think there should be consultation. And in reading these, it's only really 1, but 2 letters about the same one. Have we seen this before? Is this like, are we going rogue with billboards?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. That's exactly where I was trying to go. You took it right out of my head. So thank you. No, we're not going rogue with billboards. Billboards are all approved through staff, and this is in one instance, and we've never. Our policy actually follows the MTO's policy. There's no public consultation for signage, but again, our technician makes sure that they're not in the way of sight lines or anything like that. In this situation here, I did tell these individuals that I would bring it to County Council for review, but I will go back and personally meet with them after this. That was my hope. So just to find out what their actual, I mean, I did speak to him. I know what his actual issue is, but to do consultation on 100 signs a year would be a bit prohibitive.
Yeah, I think there was 2 aspects to that. One was notification, and the other was consultation. The pictures probably don't do it justice, but because those pictures don't look like this is parked in front of somebody's business, but who knows the angle of the pictures and stuff like that. So, and
if I may, if something goes there where that sign is, obviously we'll have the sign moved. Like, we're not going to leave a sign in front of someone's business. If it's just vacant land now, and there's a side going up Lake Dory, for example, there's a number of signs that are on the right of way, and you know it's farmland or it's bushland. But if something ever went to be built there, obviously we would immediately move the sign if it was a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. So maybe we'll hear back from the director at some point. Anything further on communications? I would entertain a motion to adopt the or to receive the communications as information. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Anything further? All those in favor, and that is carried. We'll move on to item number 7, consent reports, and number A, the operations consent report. Do you want to go through? Do you want? I can do it. I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Perkins.
My apologies, Chair. Are there any questions on the consent items? So 1 is surplus property in Whitewater. Number 2 is the county roads in Deep River. Banting Drive design and construction is 3. 4 is the operations update. And again, I wanted to share my appreciation for the snow fighters, the gentlemen and ladies that are out there clearing the roads before Christmas. So that was the significant weather events that we've had there. This is our disposal. Item 5 is disposal of vehicles. Item 6 is the quotes and tenders, as you see from there. And number 7 is delegated authority for equipment and the 2 bridges that came in under budget. And when you go through it, you'll see that we're getting a numerous bids. We're quite pleased. And that's it for consent. If there's any questions.
I'll jump back to item 1. Just for information purposes, historical piece of roadway, and that the cost to transfer this will be our cost to transfer them to. I'm thinking Whitewater, so enjoy that. Another road. Item 2 that we looked at. County Road 72 and 73. Some of that work may proceed. Some of that work will proceed in 2026, but a major portion of that will not, and that hasn't been quite worked out. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, either to yourself or to Mr. Perkins, or Mr. Burke, I suppose. So tomorrow we're going to entertain, there was a slide with respect to the reduction in the capital program for proposed for 2026, based on the challenge of increasing our levy to reserves of $3 million. Ultimately, the totality of the work on 72 and 73 in Deep River comes to just under $2 million, 1.966. I'm wondering, so Mr. Chair, you had advised that some of this work would be done. I note that on the works that are proposed to be deferred, that are on a slide tomorrow, there is one road in, actually it is Brunel Lindock Raglan, that was something on the order of 1.7 million. I'm wondering if there was an opportunity perhaps in the savings or the deferral on 72 and 73, if it would be sufficient, that would be allocated to the 2027 program, capital program, that in lieu of that we might then reinstate, I don't know the number, but the road in BLR that I think was on the order of 1.7 million perhaps.
Yeah, I know, I don't know about that slide, but I know that this was written before it was kind of decided that some of that work would go forward. So, but like I said, I don't know about the budget slide, whether that, assuming that was produced beforehand also, but, and what that is, I guess it's a discussion for tomorrow.
I would be quite satisfied to defer it till tomorrow, but I think there might be opportunity when I look at those side by side, if in fact we would realize enough deferment on 72 and 73 that we may insert those into the deferred projects and reinstate the road work in BLR. Something for consideration tomorrow. Thank you.
I guess similarly to what we do on a specific project, when it comes in significantly under a budget, that we try to extend the project or take advantage of the savings. And then item 3, just as some updated information, the costs for the town to bring that road up to the county standards are in the magnitude of 5 to 7 times what we would normally spend on a road. So although decisions haven't been made, I'm not sure that we're going to spend that kind of money, but we'll see how that works out. Operations. Previously, we had, item number B, the significant weather events, and we had some other ones that we used to have in a chart that we had historical data to it. I recall, and I believe it might have been a member from Arm prior, maybe put this forward that we take this out. And now the information's popping up without any context to it. So I'm thinking if staff has this information and they're going to put it out, telling me that there was 3 significant weather events, it doesn't do anything for me without any historical context. So my suggestion would be, and I guess consensus or whatever, is that if we're going to put this information in, we might as well put in a couple of years of data to go with it. I think staff has the data. I don't think it's a big deal. And so I believe the current policy, or not policy, but process is they're doing it quarterly. But for me, the information is not that relevant without some context to it. So any thoughts on that? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
On an entirely different thing, not on that at all. So I'm very pleased at C. So at this point, it is assumed that our inventories likely will get us through Q1, largely Q1 of 2026. But I'm fairly certain of the answer to this. But in Mr. Burke's November 30th Treasurer report, Winter Patrol had $2,334 remaining for December. I'm assuming that we're not going to capture those 2 December events in $2,300.
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Chair. No, you're exactly right. 23-34-30 was left in the budget for November, at the end of November. So yes, we are going to be significantly over budget by the end of December. We do have a reserve fund that we can tap into, but again, budget runs from January to December. So hopefully the 2026 budget will have a very nice fall.
Yes, but as mentioned, we have the contingency that we can draw on. Anything further on that? 4, 5 surplus vehicle, 6 quotes and tenders. A member from Abbotston Bromley.
What was the surplus value of the was it a tandem Freightliner plow truck?
So the budget amount was $450,000. Oh, sorry.
No, the disposal.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, through you. We sold it for $5,000 to BLR.
Okay,
the lower material municipalities get first chance.
Thank you.
Now there'd be a bidding war. Oh, it's too late. Okay, sorry. That was 5, 6 quotes and tenders. 7 delegated authority. A member from Abbotston Bromley.
Still way too early to gauge how the entire season going, but it's a lot more promising up front than it was this time last year.
Isn't it? Yes.
A lot more promising.
Well, the complete
about
opposite.
$750,000 more promising.
Yeah. Yeah, the first 2 last year were significantly over budget, so we're starting off well, but the rest of last year worked out quite well, so hopefully the whole thing isn't flipped. So the 3 there that were awarded on delegated authority, and then what I jumped to earlier was the 4-wheel drive front end loader at $351,000 and change, and budgeted value of $450. So that came in significantly less than what we thought it would be. And then the other 2 are there, and I believe that.
And if I may, Chair, that's Canoe pricing. We bought that unit through Canoe, so even if we went, we couldn't get it as cheap as that. So it was a great, and it's being delivered like in the week. So it's amazing how quick it's available, and it's in our inventory to be for use.
I'm being advised it's being delivered tomorrow. It's like a voice over here.
Yeah, it's like, okay, thank you for that. Anything further on the consent report? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to what? To receive. Sorry. Member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from McNabb, Braeside. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now we're going to move on to item 8, discussion reports. And I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Only one item here. This is the County Road 52, Raglan Street, cross culvert. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approves that the general repairs capital budget be used to replace the cross culvert under County Road 52, Raglan Street, approximately 90 meters south of Highway 60 in the town of Renfrew. 60 meters from Confusion Corner.
Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by a member from Bonnechere Valley, seconded by the member from Head Clare-Mariah. Discussions, questions? Member from Edmundston Bromley.
It may be a little early in the process, but this is pretty busy road within the town of Renfrew. Is this anticipated to be staged, or will this be a road closure?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting, we were just talking about that the other day. We hope to stage it, but we're still not totally sure. But we will make sure our communications are loud and clear.
Thank you for that. Is there a upside to the time? What would be the timeline for the project?
We're hoping for early March because of the water levels and of course dealing with the Fisheries Act. So
And the duration?
week to 10 days, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not sure actually.
Okay. I didn't know that there'd be that
Yeah.
long, so. Confused member from Bonnechere Valley.
A detour, thank you, Mr. Chair, a detour would not be that far. I mean, you'd literally be just going around the corners, right? So there's probably some financial savings if you just did it. Rip off the Band-Aid.
I'm sure that's part of their evaluation.
Yeah, there you go.
Anything further on item number 8? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We have no deferred reports, no verbal, or is there any verbal reports? Pardon? Oh. Oh, yeah. It's right there in front of me. Can I get a mover and seconder for the discussion reports? Well, report as a whole. There's one item, but okay. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Anything further? All those in favor? And that is carried. Deferred reports, none. Verbal reports, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder that the Transportation Master Plan, we would appreciate any comments from your staff or yourselves. As I said, Mr. Hanrath will be coming as a delegation in February to present.
Yeah, so any input from Lower Tier Municipal? Some? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. That would have been a great traveling roadshow to go to every municipality, and you would have got some feedback then, I would imagine. I don't see any, no closed session. Any other business or new business? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Whitewater. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Pardon? Oh, yeah. Development property is up next. When would you like to start? 2:15. We will be back here. Thank you.
Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. And I'd like to call this meeting of Development and Property to order on Wednesday, January the 28th at 2:15 p.m. Has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to the adoption of the minutes. And I have a recommendation that the minutes of the November 26, 2025 meeting be approved. Moved by Councillor from Greater Madawaska, seconded by Councillor from Killaloe Haggerty Richards. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried, thank you. And then I'll also need a recommendation, or I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the November 26, 2025 meeting be approved. And if we have to comment on those, we'll have to go back into closed. Moved by Councillor from Arnprior, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Valley. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And now I would like to turn it over to Director Davis as far as the presentation for the Development and Property 2026 Department Plan. Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you, Chair. And a little bit of a different aspect and different way of doing the DNP presentation. And sometimes it's nice being last. This time last year I was first and they learned from me. Then I'm going to learn from, and have learned from my fellow colleagues here. And what we'll see here in the DNP kind of presentation, really looking at the 2026 goals and objectives, and then I'm going to flip really quickly to the kind of the risks and the opportunities for each division. And as we go through the DNP department, we all know, and I'm sure we all know, that we have 4 distinct divisions. And it's good in a way and bad in a way, but good in a way in the sense of they're kind of siloed where they can do their own things. But in a presentation style like this, minimal overlap. And so that's why you'll see in the PowerPoint presentation as part of your committee package, they're in distinct sections. And again, I'll kind of go through the each division within development property as we go forward. And I'll try. Thank you. So at a high level, so the County of Renfrew, our DNP department, our Y position. So our Y position is our job is to support growth that makes sense for Renfrew County. And that means I'm helping the economy grow, managing county lands and buildings responsibly, and making sure planning decisions support housing, businesses, and communities over the long term. And as you see, a very high-level discussion and then descriptor of this department, even though, again, looking at the divisions, very distinct. It's on now, Tina. There, thank you. Went too far. Always technical difficulties. So again, as a reminder, this department is made up of 4 main divisions. We have the Forestry Division led by our County Forester, Lacey Rose. The Real Estate Division led by Mr. Kevin Raditz, that's at the back here. Economic Development, Melissa Marquardt, you couldn't be here today. And the Manager of Planning Services for Bruce Howarth, and he's at the back. So as we, while we do different things day to day, they're all connected. Together, they support municipalities, protect county assets, and help projects move forward. I think we've said this in the past. It wasn't by me, and it wasn't by Craig, and even past or before Craig. We are the department that, if it doesn't fit anywhere else, it fits in DNP, and it will fit in DNP. For example, the Climate Action Plan fits in DNP, and now it does. Municipal Services Corporation, the discussion always happens in DNP. The HYPE program, regional incentive programs. These type of initiatives always, if it doesn't fit in anywhere else, it will fall in DNP. I truly believe we are doing more different ideas with a very minimal staff as we see forward. And especially when you look at the budget coming tomorrow, I see Mr. Doncaster looking at me incredulously, but Yes. But again, a department that fit all department. We do a lot of different things, and we do it well, too. So looking at the first division within the Department of Economic Development, and as a reminder, within that umbrella of economic development, and Ms. Melissa Marquardt, she's looking after not only economic development, we're also looking at ERC, Enterprise Renfrew County, which is a division of the province where we supply that entrepreneurship programming needs, and also OVTA, Ottawa Valley Tourist Association. Nothing new to this committee, but maybe for the viewing public, it expands their knowledge of what DNP does. So for the key review, and again, I won't go through the review that Craig did late last year for the report card of each division. Very lengthy, very high level of what each division has done. And again, very active for this division. They launched the HYPE program with the support of Bruce Howarth and his team, implemented a municipal accommodation tax in Pembroke and Petawawa, and expanded the immigration settlement services with partnership with Lanark County. Well, we also made progress on industrial and commercial lands, and most recently supporting Whitewater Region and looking at a possible mine site in their municipality and a possible industrial park, Class 3 industrial park, as we move forward. I think the biggest takeaway for this division is that demands for the staff's services continue to grow, and we don't want to impact the ratepayers, but there is a cost to this for staff complement. So in 2026, the focus for this division will continue to be supporting the existing businesses. My last slide, if you happen to look at it in advance, talking about what's happening south of our border. So this division will really hopefully respond to any of the crisis situations that are impacting our economy here in Renfrew County, and the support services they provide through ERC and OVTA and the team itself with Melissa. We're also improving the tools and data we use for municipalities to have better information to make information or good key decision making for each municipality as we move forward. When you see in the report later on, the Taste of the Valley event with all the stats in there, those are the information you can take away to your municipality, see if you want to bring that into your municipality in the near future for 2027-28. So again, major milestones, they include the incentive programs, the HYPE program, moving priority development sites forward, and starting to implement recommendation from the Ag and Agricultural Strategy, which is being developed as we speak. The day after Roma, we came back, and Melissa and her team have met with a consultant to review what are the next steps for the ag community. And this will be brought forward to this committee for discussion and review. But again, these are the type of things moving forward for as one small division within DNP. And I'll skip over a few slides. I know Craig was kind of leery about 29 slides here in my presentation. So what I'll do to keep things moving is looking at the risks and opportunities within this division. I think the key thing is the sustainable funding for key areas. In the budget, you'll see tomorrow through Daniel and myself, well, through Daniel and Craig, the sustainable funding for ERC. It's nothing new. We've been pulling from reserves to make sure ERC is whole, and I do believe this will be the last year, or possibly may have some monies left over from the reserve accounts to make this entity ERC whole. You have done a great job at delegations, pushing this to the province over and over again at Roma, at our Queen's Park Day and AMO, and we're hopefully to have a good answer back to make sure this very key important portion, ERC, is kept whole moving forward. Also looking at OVTA, on some of the stressors with OVTA, yes, they have a budget reserve in their budget, but they're actually utilizing this more and more as we move forward. And when we look at when Melissa brings forward the budget for OVTA, you'll see what they're utilizing the reserve accounts for. I think another big stressor is looking at the staffing, as I keep mentioning, where they're being leaned on to do different things, and you'll not see and I'll repeat, you will not see staff enhancements or enhancements asking for more staff. But as we move out and look at the MAT program for Pembroke and Petawawa and possibly Deep River and beyond, we will really have to look at how this will impact staffing levels as we move forward. Yes, there are money through the MAT program to implement and market those specific regions, but maybe we can utilize some other funds to make sure they're at the full complement and making sure the services they provide are well in hand. So forestry, small division yet does mighty things. The county forester, Lacey Rose, in one forestry tech looks after over 16,000 acres of forestry lands, 53 tracts. And when you see in the achievements, we exceeded our budget of $180,000, but later on in the report, you'll see this year isn't as fulsome as they say. We also planted 48,000 trees from the reserve account, and this is what the reserve account for the forestry division does. Utilizes the forestry reserve for the future of not just this council, but the future ratepayers of Renfrew County. And the biggest thing that's moving forward, even in 2025 and bleeding into 2026, is the new Renfrew County Forest Management Plan. So keep in mind, what is a forest management plan? And Lacey will be here talking about the forest management plan multiple times moving forward in 2026. But keep in mind that the management plan is a long-term roadmap for how forests will be cared for and used responsibly. It lays out how the forest will be protected and maintained, and where appropriate, harvested in the next 10 years. The plan balances both environmental protection, economic use, and the public interest. That tri-pillar, that tri-party looking at the forest as a whole, not just for economics, but for all aspects, for the use for the public and beyond. Again, for their priorities or for Lacey and her team, the biggest concern is ensuring we try to meet that budgeted target of $180,000. Again, tough. We have our friends down south making changes and challenges to this market. And in the report, you'll see one of our forestry tracts got really low bids this year's for our operation, so we did not release that bid because of this. Well, in May, the stressors of down south creates issues or risks. It does create opportunities. It really does. We're seeing more and more the forest industry, the companies are looking at Lacey and the County of Renfrew for her support and the county's support as we move forward through biomass and through initiatives like that. And this is where we can take a leadership role. There's pressures in the community, in the industry. They're coming to us looking for the support where we can provide it. So it's a good news story in the sense of how we can support the local municipalities when and where we can. I think looking at the risks and opportunities and keep going on that kind of theme for the forestry section, we've seen more and more the pressures of the climate change. We've seen even my short career at the County of Renfrew of 20 plus years, windstorms, multiple windstorms on the landscape, droughts, floods, fires. Now we have encroachment issues. We have invasive species really impacting the land base specifically for the county forest, and this puts pressure on staff to make sure we're actually looking at these 16,000 acres. Can you imagine you yourself trying to manage 16,000 acres with 2 people? So it's a challenge even for staff to get out, let alone to do the other things that are going on in the department or division. So the real estate division, I'll kind of preface this section where I was asked by a certain person, I won't say who it was, but how much time do I spend for each division as the director? And I can honestly say the majority of my time, and it's not because of the management style, but the majority of time is within this real estate division. You'll hear myself and Craig and Mr. Raditz at the back coming to you with different ideas. So it's really a time-consuming division. We're doing lots. Over $6.6 million was invested in our RCHC capital and maintenance project just last year. The idea of that one picture you see in the corner there of 135 Francis, converting the old wartime houses from a single-family dwelling to a triplex. Looking after even some of the new infrastructure we see outside here. That's a nice sunny day, but outside we have EV charging stations now here, workable, usable here at this location and at 450 O'Brien. And these are just to name a few little things that this division is working on moving forward. I think the biggest key takeaway in the comments I'll make and from staff, our overall focus in this division is protecting and improving on the county's portfolio. So in this portfolio, we have our RCHC, our housing units, and our real estate assets of this building and buildings like this building. So it's a combination, so keep that in mind. So the 2026 priorities, we do want a key aspect for the RCHC portfolio to have that vacancy turnaround. So what I mean by a vacancy turnaround is when somebody moves out of our units, of our RCHC units, it takes time to make sure the unit is clean, if there needs to be fixes, and that's a turnaround time. Does it take 1 day, 6 days, or months? And we know through our societal problems and issues, the challenges for our RCH units, the units are being need more attention when they move out. So not only is it 1 or 2 days, it's actually months to fix these units, to turn it around, to make sure they're livable. And so that's why you see we always keep track. So Mr. Raditz and his team always keeps track of the vacancy units in our portfolio. So we have 1,000, and hopefully in another 3 weeks, 1,031 units the bricks and mortar team looks after. So when typically jokingly, I always say 45 vacant units at one time is not a bad number considering the percentage, but we still want to try and turn around those units faster. That helps Andrea and her team, that helps with our hotel costs, that helps with everything. So that has been the focus on his team and Kevin's team to make sure the vacancy units are turned around quickly. And it's not written down in this slide, but looking at our renewal plan for 2026. You'll see later on in a closed session and the open session, looking what we're going to be doing to replace those 24 units that you've given us direction to replace 24 units where? So once we get the green light on a certain location, we'll move forward, but that's still part of our 2000. We want shovels in the ground in 2026, let alone 2 paramedic bases. So you're all aware of what's going on in Whitewater. We're moving forward. We've hired a contractor, a design build, and we're looking to have shovels in the ground this spring. But these are the type of things on top of everything else we're doing. We can talk about CAREFOR, we can talk about warming centers, we can talk about other items, but these are just the highlights. Risks and opportunities for this division. Again, back to my friend down south is our supply chain issues. This could impact, and I'm not being too pessimistic, but to be realistic, if things change with our supply chain management and the costing of different materials, whether it's metal, wood, or et cetera, this will impact our budgets. This will impact timelines, which then puts pressure on staff to make sure other ideas or other initiatives. So that's one of the key things as we move forward. Again, the investments we're doing today, whether it's a brand new build or maintaining what we have, is of key importance to this division. I think last but not least of this division, and I see Craig, I'm almost 5 minutes. Planning and GIS supports municipalities by processing Planning Act applications, responding to legislative changes, which we've had many in the past 2 years, numerous, and providing mapping and data tools as we move forward. This work is especially important as communities respond to the housing demands and the growth pressures. We, the County of Renfrew, through the leadership of Craig Kelly, we entered into agreement with ESRI or Esri Canada to have an ELA, Enterprise License Agreement for mapping. That license agreement is now offered free to each municipalities if they want to use that mapping software, which is a specialized mapping software. So those are the type of things we're doing through Bruce Howarth's leadership in the planning department to make sure you have access to the most up-to-date data if you wish to use it. And that's the key point. You have staff that may want to use it, and they're at capacity too. There's no doubt about it. At local municipalities, for somebody to learn a new application like GIS, it's a challenge, but at least you have an opportunity. And again, not to belabor the 2025 activities, because again, Craig did a great job, but we did do a lot of different things. And this is the collaboration approach that our division has. Bruce and his team looked at different development sites, like at Bonnechere Manor, as a possible site for a generation homes or a complex of care for seniors. He's helping and assisting with locations for 24 units and hiring consultants to make sure we have everything in place or shovel ready when and where we have funding from the province or even the feds. I think the main priorities for Bruce and his team is really looking at the planning processes. He's really modified and modernized since he took over the reins back in 2023 or 21, really looking at how we do processes, digitalize things, teams meeting, looking at how this is, and he's really turned it around for the how long it took to do a general inquiry or a severance. We did have a delay, and you gave us additional staff to make sure that this would be corrected. So we've really not toned down, but we've really made sure those response times for general inquiries and severances were at a good, timely manner. And some of the major projects, multiple zoning bylaws are on the go as we speak. And then that takes a lot of time, both in the GIS and the planning side of things, and for your local municipalities. And I think that Bruce and his team does a great job, especially as an example of Kilo Hager Richards can do it. I think everyone can do a new zoning bylaw. So I'm very happy with how things have went. Again, risks for planning and GIS, including the application volumes. Whether you see in the report, maybe applications could be down. We don't know what the future will hold. During COVID, we thought the applications would be to zero, and the opposite happened. We think maybe right now, because of what's going down south with the economic downturn, possibly it could go slow down, or it actually could increase because people are looking to maximize their value of their lands. We just don't know. We can see trends, we can see different things. However, we have to be ready to pivot when we see the actual numbers come through. Opportunities exist through continued modernization through the planning process and the expanded use of digital tools, especially the GIS, for the better decision making for both internally and for yourselves at the municipal level. This is the one slide I was talking about at the very end for departmental risks and opportunity. At the very bottom, you may recall, I was here this time last year, and we kind of laughed about this one. Mr. Trump was newly elected. There's conversations and discussions and comments. There could be tariffs. We don't know what we don't know. That was the kind of the comment. Now we know. Unfortunately, we still don't know what could happen. Kuzma's up for renewal, or up for discussion. There's all these, the political instability in the world creates unease, to say the least. When we look at these things moving forward, yes, the County of Renfrew at the staff level will not impact this, but we have to be ready to respond, whether economic development, planning, GIS, real estate. These are real issues facing us today and moving forward. But hopefully that gives you a flavor of what's going on in 2026 for a number of our 4 divisions moving forward. So thank you very much, and I think I made maybe 10 minutes.
Thank you, Director Davis, for your very quick overview. And before I open for questions, I just want to say again to you and your staff, thank you very much for the excellent preparation that you provided for our delegations at Roma. I had 5 delegations, and I do also want to thank Vice Chair Weir, who had to take one of them because there was only 5 minutes between our delegation that was at a different hotel. So again, the amount of collaboration and support from the other county councillors as well as staff was certainly very, very well received, and I certainly do appreciate having that support. So, questions for Director Davis? Councillor from Whitewater.
Really timid. You okay?
I didn't want to be the first one. I guess I am. Thank you for the report, and I appreciate the detail in here. I just had one question. It was on, I don't know what number slide this is, 10? You're talking about the review and key learnings of the real estate division? And in there you mentioned your first point was $6.6 million in capital and maintenance investment in this past year. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on your capacity. Is that 6.6 is exceeding your capacity? You could do that the one time? You know, typically you should be able to do about 5 million, or do you have room to even do more capital investment? I'm talking about the physical executing and spending the dollars. Just curious how that relates to what your capabilities are.
I'm smiling just a little bit because I know my manager will look at me and be critical for what I say. However, the preface will be, during 2025, we hired a project manager. And this person is not, in a sense of not up to speed, but just he's not rolling yet. And so I do believe we have capacity to maintain what we did last year. By no means is our plate not full. It's very full, as I mentioned. You can ask that question if you may, maybe this time next year, and we'll have the kind of a more fulsome answer. It is tough. It is a challenge. Some of these projects, it is a lot of money, but they could be small projects that we contract out, which doesn't take a lot of staff time. And so we can maybe bring back a report to this committee to show you, highlight what we were doing with that $6.6 million.
Deep River, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, sorry. Just around the GIS, you said upgraded, spent money on, available to all municipalities if they choose. How many choose to use it significantly? And if they don't, and maybe this is a question for 16 others who are sitting around the room here, but if they don't, do you have any sense of why they don't use it?
Through you, Chair. So we have an idea who uses the applications, because like typical software, we know who logs in and who doesn't log in and who uses it. I'd say of the 16 or 17 municipalities, there's probably 5 heavy users, 5 municipalities that are heavy users. The ones that don't, and it's not a detriment to those that don't, it's the matter of capacity for the staff. The software, while intuitive, it still takes time to understand and use. I went to school for GIS. It was a specific year-long program just to utilize GIS. So imagine a staff person on the side of their desk trying to use or utilize a brand new piece of software. So, and that's why through Bruce Howarth and Angie Schultz, our GIS coordinator, looking to see if we can do training sessions with local municipalities if they wish. To really just give them the opportunity to look at the application, and maybe they could use it in the simple terms.
Any other questions for Director Davis? I see none, so thank you very much for your report. And we'll move on to communications. So we have 3 items on communications: the residential market activity, the resolution or the Township of Laurentian Valley support for our Ontario Airport Capital, and the ERON, Renfrew County, January, and that's an update. So I know that Councillor from Arnprior would like to speak to the Ontario Airport Capital, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Could I move back one, please, to the residential report for the properties.
Yes, you certainly can.
Just a question to Kevin is, does that incorporate the number of apartment buildings? Those are houses, I think, with residences. We have a number of apartments that are now being built which have a lot more people in an apartment than a house.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and I'll keep Kevin. I think Kevin will like that I respond to this. So when you look at this, this is for residential market. So this is single-family detached or duplexes. Looking at if we need to look at or wish to look at the apartment turnover rates, we can look at that too. But this is straight residential singles and things like that, not apartments.
Thank you.
And your second item? Yeah, go ahead.
The second part, Chair, is for the seeking support for the Ontario Airport Capital Assistance Program. As a airport host in Armpire and Laurentian Valley with Pembroke. Pembroke, I know, needs a new runway, and they've been trying to get one for, I don't know, 3 years. You can buy a square foot for $250. On the Armpire side, we need lighting. And with this capital program, we can make this thing happen. As Mayor Bennett has wrote a resolution to go to the province, we are asking the county a letter of support to support those letters for our 2 airports, if that would be considered by this committee. Thank you.
Are you moving that as a recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor from Whitewater, discussion? Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Chair. So the ACAP funding is federal funding for airports that have a certain volume of traffic and that also have a scheduled service. So those 2 criteria need to be removed from that ACAP funding formula. There is one of them, the scheduled service is a policy of FCM's that there's advocacy to remove that. But the second one is the volume of traffic, and it's 1,000, I don't know what the time frame is, but 1,000 whatever flights. I don't know what that would be, a month or a day or a week or whatever it is, but those are the 2 things that are excluding those airports from ACAP funding. So I'm just spewing, but I'm just for information kind of thing. So, but that's.
Thank you for that information. Any other comments? Councillor from Armpire.
To expand on the number of visits, it's every time the wheels touch the tarmac. So if the guy bounces 5 times, that's 5 visits.
Thank you. Warden.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor from Deep River's point, it's sort of chicken or the egg, though. If you don't have the volume, you're not getting the funding. But to get the volume, you need the funding. So it would be wonderful to see those barriers taken away so that these 2 assets could be utilized far more than they are right now. I'm just saying, to me, it just seemed like it's counterintuitive. Like, give us the funding and we'll do something with it.
Back to Councillor from Armpire.
One last comment, Chair. How much is a life worth? We in Armpire have an average of 28 medevacs a year. Every one of those guys is life-threatening, usually a kidney or a major accident on the highway. So when you go to your minister or whoever in the federal, say, how much is that guy's life worth to you? For the lousy, I think it's $210,000 for our lights. Cheap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor from Laurentian Valley.
Thank you, Chair. In support of that, the number of orange flights taking people from Petawawa or Pembroke Airport to Ottawa hospitals, the natural resources using it for stocking lakes, for fighting forest fires, the list goes on. And CFB Petawawa is also using it. So I think that it just spreads a big ripple effect out that creates a demand, stronger demand than the two criteria mentioned by our member from Deep River.
Thank you. Any other comments? I see none, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Sorry. And Eron, anything you wanted to speak to, Warden?
No, we're pretty proud of the progress we've made, but there's still work to be done.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. Could I go back to item number 1, the communication piece from the real estate residential market? Warden, you have no say. This is
yes,
the chair.
You can.
I just wonder if staff could comment. The very bottom table on the attachment talks about new listings and active listings, and I know this is a key indicator for real estate agents for the health of the market. But when they're doing the comparisons, the green portions from 24, 23, 22 talks about percentages, and I'm just curious what that is a percentage of.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just kind of looking at the very last chart. I think it's just the comparing from the previous year. So it's a decrease.
So
It's a percentage of our housing stock.
a negative 2.9% decrease from the previous year. Okay.
67 is a 2.9 decrease.
Perfect. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Eorn question through you, Chair. I know Eorn was looking to expand its vision from just not the cell and everything. They were looking at abattoirs. Is there any update on where that's going? Thank you.
Warden.
Funny that the councillor from Greater Madawaska should ask that, because I was just getting a text from somebody with the OFA asking about partnering with the EOWC, which would be through Eorn. So timely, I will say. We also had a delegation at Roma regarding abattoirs, dead stock, the rules around guardian dogs. So very timely. Thank you for that. I will get back to you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, then I will need a motion that the communications be received as information. Moved by Councillor from Edmonton Brumley, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Any further comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll move to item 7, which are the consent reports. And I will ask if there's any comments or questions on any of the consent reports listed on your agenda. Seeing none, then I would ask for a mover or seconder that the consent items be approved and received as information. Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards, second by Councillor from McNabb, Braeside. And apparently Councillor from Whitewater would like to speak to one of them.
You're moving fast today, Chair. That's awesome. No, I was hoping to, yes, I was hoping to speak to 2 of them, if I could. And I know the item number 17 and item number 16? Yes, item 16 and 17, where it refers to the 2 attachments, the subdivision tracker and the activity trackers. And I just wanted to make a comment. When you take a look at the subdivision status, it's incredible to see some of the numbers, and it's so small here that I have to squint. But like, we're talking 2,000 applications submitted for subdivision status that are under review, 1,800 that are in draft approval, and 1,000 that are in final approval. So when you add those up, that is like 5,000 applications listed on this sheet. I hope I've got this right, so Director will. So when I think back to Director Perkins' presentation, he talked about we are not creating new capital assets. We're not developing roads. We're not making lanes. But here in this sheet, it clearly indicates that we are now approving 5,000 additional homes in our county. The thing that leads me is we have a due diligence. We're approving the construction of these homes. We're adding to the communities, and you can see exactly where these communities are, Arnprior and Petawawa, and a few lucky ones on the perimeter. Where is the investment in the infrastructure to support this type of development increase?
Director Davis, or should we call on Mr. Howard?
I wouldn't mind if I could just for sure defer to Manager of Planning Services, but keep in mind the number of units are in different states of progress. It doesn't mean these units will be online right away to be sold right away. So again, we can have Mr. Howard expand it a little bit more, but I think the idea of the investment on the infrastructure side of things, that was the debate and the discussion for development charges. And I think, and maybe that's where you're leading towards, and maybe I'll stop it at that. Maybe I can prod some more questions, Chair.
Supplementary or?
I'll defer. I'll come back after.
Okay, Councillor from Edmonton.
Thank you very much, and I just wanted to speak to this, and I'm not sure, because I think it is within Mr. Howarth's report. These aren't houses that are being approved, these are lots. So you talked about 5,000, and somewhere, I think perhaps it is in Mr. Howarth's report, he's talking about substantial inventory of buildable lots that exist now in Renfrew County that don't actually have construction going on. So it's important to always keep in mind the distinction between the commercial activity in creating a lot that is substantially different from the creation of a housing unit.
Mr. Howard, did you want to expand on that?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So I can provide a couple of just insights and some of the information that goes into that data. So as Director Davis correctly noted, that these are in various stages. And in Ontario, we do have a very developer-driven process. And so the county or local municipalities, depending on what the ask is of those approval authorities, approve different things. But at the end of the day, it's the private sector who puts shovels in the ground and gets homes built. And as the councillor from Aston Bromley very correctly pointed out, is we are approving more units and more lots than are getting developed. So every year, our inventory of available lands that could be developed is growing. I think we've noted this for several years now in a row, where we are approving faster than the private sector is building. So I know we hear sometimes from the that we are slow or not difficult to get approvals, but we are approving faster than the development sector is building. I'll leave it at that. With regards to infrastructure, so for example, for a plan of subdivision, so it's the developers, whoever that private sector is responsible for building that initial infrastructure that's tied directly to the development lands. But it does get into that conversation. I think we've seen this in other municipalities, especially in Arnprior, if it comes to mind easily, of where that cumulative effect of that development is having an impact off-site. So on that existing infrastructure, it's a capacity to be able to accommodate that, and that's where you, Director Davis was correct in saying that's that conversation for development charges. So that's where the development charges would provide money to upgrade the infrastructure related to the capacity to meet the demands that growth is creating.
Supplementary, Mr. Nicholson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, this is perfect. This is the discussion I was hoping we would have. And I acknowledge these are just lots. They're in different states of approval, but there's growth, and there's the belief by the local economy that there could be growth, especially in these specific areas. What's not included in here are the ones pending for Pembroke, which I think are 2,000 as well at various states of approval. So 7,000 in our area. And my point is that if we don't start to consider the potential ripple effects of this growth on the secondary infrastructure demands, it might be too late for us to implement anything. But if DCs was something we want to consider, or we approach the government and say, if you don't want us to do DCs, who's paying for this secondary impact? But there is going to be an impact at some point in our future for these 7,000 lots that now exist or will be existing. Anyway, Chair, I just wanted to make the point. I appreciate staff's work in it. The table was a great way to portray that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor from Town of Renfrew. Sorry.
Thank you. You may have saw me with my hockey jersey on last night. Thank you. Good discussion. And to Mr. Howarth's point, I'm wondering, I thought we had a report at one point that told us we'd in the neighborhood of 14,000 lots or possible building sites prior to this report coming forward. Was that the number? Was it 4,000 or 14,000? I can't recall. But I think...
Thanks, Chair, and through you. And I'll pass this off to Mr. Howarth. But before he goes and has his comments, we went through an exercise back in 2008, a GIS exercise, to look at all vacant lots. This is in 2008. Under a certain size, I think it was 0.7 of an acre or more, and less than 5 acres, buildable style lots without confirmation that they could be buildable. But at that time, we had hundreds of lots throughout Renfrew County that could have been used or could be used for housing. So, and again, maybe that's a supplement to what Bruce Howarth will talk about.
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So it was actually, we updated a lot of that information, that GIS data that Mr. Director Davis was talking about when the county hosted the housing forum. Was that 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Was that 2 years ago in the town of Renfrew? So we created an actual visual dashboard to even show the location of these different lots throughout the county of Renfrew. And I believe the number was close to that 13,000 mark a few years ago that were vacant, an additional dwelling could be built on those properties. And so these subdivision lands, those are in addition, so a lot of those were, these numbers were included in those 13,000, but we do continue to add on. So it's probably more than that 13,000 or that 14,000 mark somewhere there that we continue to build upon. And I think I've made this comment before, and I don't hope it doesn't put me out of a job, but given the growth rate of Renfrew County, which we're always looking to support growth and encourage growth, but realistically, we could stop approving lots for the next 20 years, and we'd have enough land inventory to build houses on. But anyways, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Supplementary.
Thank you. So I know Mr. Kelly and myself have added those comments in the past just based on our rough notes, but I really would suggest that we include that figure anytime we're talking about housing to any of the ministries, just to say, look, we are ready, we're not the problem. And I think it also goes back to the report that was produced by the Stratcor and the Planners Association about 6 weeks ago or 8 weeks ago, where they talk about it's, across Ontario, for the most part, it's not municipalities that are holding it up, it's finance. And it's a very soft market, and the high rates for the mortgages. And so, I think we should be promoting the fact that we have, land come build here. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from Deep River.
Yeah, promoting we have land to build here is a great idea. Do we have the ability of, within the approval process, of putting some conditions on that to say, yes, this is approved, but it only lasts for 3 years, or could be a number? I know we do when it's like if it's our property and we're selling it to somebody, but just within the approval process, can we do something like that?
Director Davis or Mr. Howard?
Thank you, Chair. I can take that one, yes. So the answer to the question is yes. and it's actually already there. And one of the recent changes, or I would say it's even a change, it was a slight change, a slight amendment that the province made to the Planning Act over one of their last many changes, was they essentially implemented a use it or lose it clause. So this has always existed. So for new subdivisions, any subdivision that's been approved since, we'll say, the 90s, for example, they automatically have a lapsing date that's built in. It's 3 years after you get your draft approval. You have 3 years to essentially use that draft approval, or it lapses. But there's also a built-in mechanism where developers can come in and ask for that subdivision, that lapsing provision, to be extended. And so a lot of these subdivisions, you'll see it's a yearly exercise. They submit their letter, municipality, will you extend my subdivision for 1 more year? And the answer is always yes. So we haven't actually let any lapse and let any expire, because to date, every municipality has said, yes, we want this development to go through, so we're not going to allow your subdivision to lapse. But it is a tool, it's there. So if we wanted to implement it and say, get on with your development or you lose it, that is an option. Just one that we have not pulled the trigger on.
Is that something the town of Deep River would like to be the first at? Okay. Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just to expand, Bruce, when they ask for an extension for a year, is there any charges to them for processing or admin, or just an extension on the license that we get revenue from?
Through you, Chair, yes, there's a fee. So depending on what they're asking for, if it's there's 2 different extensions they can ask. If there's a short-term emergency one, so for example, they forget to apply for their extension, there's a short-term sort of immediate one that we can do without anybody else's approval. That staff sort of have the approval to move forward with a short-term extension, and there's a fee for that. And then, but for the main year-long extension, there is a $1,000 lapsing fee that is paid to the county.
Thank you for that. And Councillor from Whitewater?
I can share that at Roma, Pembroke did a delegation with respect to their 2,000 subdivisions approvals that were kind of impending, or different states of the developers not taking action on these approved subdivisions. I think they proposed even a separate tax class or some way to force movement on these, but we're not the only ones that are trying to influence this. But it is, you have these subdivisions and they just sit there, and until the market deems it economical, they're just going to sit there.
It's also about finding.
Councillor from McNabb Braeside.
Just a question. When they do the subdivisions and they get approval, final approvals, that means they've completed all their studies and everything has come in properly on paper. Do the studies have a lifespan? Like if someone gets a subdivision approval and they've done their like hydro G and all that, and then they just sit on the approval for 10 years, at any point, do they have to redo the studies? And is that an avenue that could potentially put pressure on a developer to complete a subdivision before his very expensive out-of-pocket studies expire?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair. So not for the final approval. After final approval, those studies are completed, they're done, they were a point-in-time study. But in that medium time frame between, there's approval for like draft approval, and then that time they have when they have the 3 years to move towards final approval. So during that time frame, if and say they keep on asking for extension after extension in a large period of time. So there is the opportunity, and we have done this previously, where a significant time has lapsed between those studies. And if science changes or provincial guidelines change with regards to how to properly do a hydrogeological study, for example, then we do have the ability to go back, and as part of that lapsing renewal, we'll say, we want an update, an addendum, make sure that this is still relevant. So we do have that is one of the tools we have available to us, one that we don't often use, but it is available.
Are there any other questions And Councillor from Whitewater, you also wanted to speak to the activity tracker? No, okay. So we have a mover and a seconder then. I will call a vote. All in favor? That's carried, thank you. So we'll now move to item 8, which are the discussion reports, and I'll turn it over to Director Davis.
Thank you again, Chair. So on page 58 of your committee package, first resolution, cell tower in the town of Arnprior, Algonquin Trail Corridor. I'll read the recommendation, Chair, that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that the cell tower located on the Algonquin Trail Corridor in the town of Arnprior be declared surplus to the needs of County of Renfrew, and that staff proceed with the disposal process in accordance with policy GA02, disposal of corporate assets.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Head, Clare and Mariah, seconded by Councillor from Arnprior. Background, please.
Thanks again, Chair. So the background, simply put, this has been on the radar for a number of years, even when we purchased the rail corridor. So in 2016, we purchased the rail corridor from CP, and part of the purchase was this cell tower, communication tower in the town of Arnprior. We do have one person using that tower, GoZoom, in the town of Arnprior, and they're paying us some lease fees. But discussions with staff and with, at the time, the Algonquin Trail Advisory Committee directed staff to look into the feasibility of declaring this asset surplus, and then went through D&P most recently in 2024. And this is just kind of moving this file along. We don't see a need for it for ourselves, but I think it's the best opportunity, especially when we've had a number of telecommunication companies looking and inquiring about this cell tower to see if we can sell it to them. So good timings.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I see none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you again. One last resolution. Another planning item for Mr. Howarth. So I'll read the recommendation and provide some background. That the Development and Property Committee directs staff to proceed with option D, making county staff available as witnesses for background and factual evidence only for the official plan amendment number 48, OPA 48 appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Background.
Some brief background, and I might pass it off to Bruce, but we'll see what we can do for the background. You see in the report produced by Mr. Howarth a number of different options we could take a stance on, A through D. There's pros and cons to each, and I think the option that's being recommended here to this committee and through to County Council is the most neutral option that we're looking for, and for further discussion for sure, but that limits what we do and provide to the OLT, to this hearing. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any technical questions, again, Bruce is here with us.
Thank you. Questions? Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Was it Bruce that suggested this? Because he was already teetering with the job thing, so I wasn't sure. So I understand the reasoning, and I appreciate it. I'm just wondering if we could tweak option D to include some of option C. I'm not asking for everything, but considering that we don't have our own planner in Bonnechere Valley, and this is the county official plan, I would just ask for a little leeway in helping us out a little more than option D outlines. I was going to come in here guns blazing and just say, you're going to partner with it. No, I'm kidding. But if we could just ask for a little more help than option D allows for, that would be wonderful. Okay, Bruce isn't looking at me. I'm worried.
Maybe if I could, through you, Chair, and maybe I could ask Bruce just to kind of flush out option D and C just to see for further discussion.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. So option A is obviously being a full participant. Option B was a non-participant. And then so C and D were to engage with the OLT hearing, but at what level? So D was sort of like a minimal level, where we'd be providing just sort of staff assistance. So the township has indicated they're going to be a full party to this appeal. So the municipality will be engaging with a legal team, and I'm assuming, but I don't know for sure because I've had this conversation with the township because it is ultimately their appeal, expert witnesses. So option D was to sort of provide, make available county staff, most likely myself, to the township to support the county's decision to approve the OPA. So from the county's perspective, what we did for our process, how we processed the application, and why ultimately there was a staff report that was prepared by the planning division that supported the official plan amendment, so that we would provide that type of background and support to the township saying to the OLT, this is why the county decided to move forward with the adoption and approval of this amendment. So there's that support we can do. Option C does go beyond that, and it was started considering whether or not any type of cost sharing with the municipality would be required or could be provided. So I think in one of the options was just as a question, like a 50-50 split. I'm not sure if there's appetite for that. That's ultimately going to be a committee or council decision or direction, but there is an option to provide financial assistance to the township in addition to just staffing resources.
Supplementary? Oh, Councillor from Whitewater.
Just a question on process. I have never been party to an appeal. I thought that the planner who made the recommendation to the council that made the decision, they are responsible. They would defend their recommendation as part of, like if a planner makes a recommendation, the council says, no, I don't support your recommendation. When it goes to the appeal board, the council will have to hire a different planner because you can't back up something you didn't recommend. But in this case, it was a county planner supporting BV. So how can we not be party to the review? I'm just curious on the process to allow me to decide between A or C and D.
Mr. Howard.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm going to do my best not to wander and give you a very convoluted answer for this. So ultimately, it is up to the approval authority, whether it's the county or a local municipality, depending on what the appeal is. You are not under any obligation to even attend or participate in the OLT hearing. So, for example, if you think of like a more minor situation, like a minor variance, and a landowner and a neighbor get in a dispute, and one neighbor appeals the other approval, the township is not obligated to defend their decision to approve that. So it is up to the applicant to defend their application. So a lot of times the municipality does go and provide that background support or that support for their decision making, especially when it's a refusal. So if the municipality makes a refusal, then they will be there to support that refusal. But for the case of a development application where there's a positive or an approval given and there's an appeal, oftentimes it is the proponent of that application who leads that defense. So in this case, the proponent is Bon Cher Valley because they submitted the application. There was separate planning expertise that the township acquired to support the application. So there was a planning study and a lake capacity study that Bon Cher Valley hired their own outside experts to prepare that amendment for them and make that recommendation, and that was done. That application was submitted to the County of Renfrew. I did support it. We did recommend that application be approved. So it is ultimately up to committee of how much effort, of county effort, do we put into backing up our decision to approve this application. So it can vary from we're all in, we will hire our own legal team and our own experts, and we will do everything we can to support our approval, to the option D, which is we're not even showing up. We're providing zero. So and then obviously C and D fall in between those lines. So it is ultimately up to committee's decision to direct us, how would you like us to address this appeal? But you're under no obligation to show up, but I'll leave it at that.
Councillor from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wonder, probably this is a question for Mr. Howarth, but I leave it up to the chair's discretion. this is very narrowly focused, the OPA here, that this will apply to a single lake. And it seems like it's somewhere anywhere that I've read, like it's very narrowly focused, that this whatever is done here shall not apply to any other at capacity lake, et cetera. Is there a broader context where the county would realize some value in a precedent, or is this very narrowly focused within the township of Bonnechere Valley?
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I would say that this is a narrowly focused application. It is very specific to Lake Clear. The supporting information that was prepared to support this proposal was specific to Lake Clear. So I would say that this is a very specific one without very much impact on areas outside of that Lake Clear area.
Supplementary.
Thank you, and I ask that because there is within the township, we do not have a lot of waterfront property within Admast and Bromley, but there is a lake within Admast and Bromley that is an at-capacity lake right now. So the outcome of this would have no impact on the lake within Admast and Bromley, correct?
Through you, Chair, that's correct.
Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I think the opposite. I think this could be precedent setting for any lake, not just at capacity lakes, because we're talking about RVs being allowed as, for lack of a better term, dwellings. This just happens to be one of the arguments that the LCPOA used, or their delegates used, was that it was an at capacity lake. So, I mean, I've already had questions about our portion of Golden Lake, about Constant Lake. So I do see this as potentially precedent setting, in a way, and not just sensitive lakes.
Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just a question on clarity. The difference between option D and option C. I see in option D, we're just providing factual or background evidence, making staff available. Whereas in C, we're providing coordinated support, working collaboratively with them. Is the difference just the amount of staff time that the county would invest in this process? And is the county billing BV for the hours put into these two options?
I guess from the report, it is all about cost implications, and it, I guess, again, depends on the level of support that's provided to the township, so. Director?
Thanks, Chair, and it's more staff time, and again, defer to Bruce. The idea of the staggered approach or staggered options is really, that's what it is. There are just options at the table. So I think we have a good discussion going on, but I'll pass to Bruce and then see where we can go.
Sure. Thank you, through you, Chair. So it could be both. So as of right now, as the approval authority, the appeal was submitted to the County of Renfrew, so it's officially Lake Clear Conservancy versus the County of Renfrew, not against Bonnechere Valley. So we are named as the defendant as part of this OLT, for lack of a better word. So to date, so we have not, so first answer to the first part of the question, no, we have not charged Bonnechere Valley any of these, a fee for any review for this application so far, because it was a submitted application to the County of Renfrew. It came with a planning application fee, just like any other private property owner could do. So Bonnechere Valley submitted an application fee, and so all of the services that we have provided up to now, there has been no additional cost or charge to Bonnechere Valley. It's all been, county process. So option D would continue along that vein, would be we are providing minimal support. So we're not providing no support, but we're providing the minimal amount to the tribunal, not to the BV. Option D is to provide minimal support, just essentially confirming for the OLT that the county received the application, we did support it, we are in favor of the application, and it sort of stops there. Option C would involve more coordination with the township's defense team or team that are supporting this application. So working with their legal team, working on evidence. It could be writing witness statements. It could be meeting with their team, working with their other late capacity team to make a coordinated effort. And it could also, I think in one of the last bullet points, it could even expand beyond that. If the county wanted to assist the township with financially as well, we could enter an agreement with them for some type of cost sharing support towards their legal defense or towards them hiring expert witnesses with regards to water quality, that type of information. But option D is very limited to, we would not be necessarily working with their legal team or coordinating, working together to prepare evidence or document books. It would be more or less, county will appear more of I think a lot of the terms, a lot of times it's called a friend of the board, a friend of the tribunal. We show up, we're not there to be a party, we're not there to really be an advocate for one position either way. It would just be, here's what we did, we process it, we are in support of the application, and that would sort of ends there.
So just for clarification, if council chose option C, then would that mean staff would have to come back with more detail on what them costs would look like? Or is that something that would have to be decided here by council?
Through you, Chair, I think that was something that you provided direction on. So what you would want that to look like. So if there is an appetite to move forward with C, and we can definitely start those engaging talks with Bon Cheval Valley and come up to an agreement as what that would look like. Or if you provide direction saying, yeah, especially if with the cost side of it, if you are willing to provide monies to Bon Cheval Valley to assist with that cost, what that split would look like. If you're prepared to provide some type of recommendation, we could move forward with that, but we could also bring back information. But I know the OLT has already been reaching out to myself. They would like an answer last month about what the county intends to do. So we are under a time crunch, unfortunately.
So I have a question from Horton, councillor, and then Greater Madawaska.
Wonderful. Thank you. Just seek a little bit of clarification because I'm a little bit confused in so much that I understand the county is, however, Bon Cheval Valley's planner and acts as their planner. So I'm mindful of the duality of the role that the county is playing here. As the planner for Bon Cheval Valley, is there an option to not support? I don't understand why there'd be an option to not support, so appreciate more information from you.
Mr. Howarth.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So with all the municipalities that we provide planning services to, we have a planning services agreement with them. And so depending on the application or what is being proposed, we provide various levels of support. So this amendment that was submitted by Bon Cheval Valley was actually a special project that the county did not provide planning support for. So the Bon Cheval Valley went out, hired separate planners, hired separate lake experts to go through this amendment process. So this is a situation where we did not provide that local planning support to Bon Cheval Valley. We were not acting as their planners. The county's involvement with this application has strictly been as the approval authority. When that application came to the county, we processed it in accordance with the Planning Act as the approval authority.
Councillor from Greater Madawaska, and we'll soon have to, and then Town of Renfrew, you'll have last word, and then we'll have to call the vote.
Well, Town of Renfrew better be quick, because Dana just asked my question, so thank you.
Town of Renfrew.
Thank you. So, if I think I understand this correctly, then we do have an obligation because we did take the information presented to us, and we made a decision to amend the official plan. So I think we have an obligation to defend that piece of it. I would suggest that Bon Cheval Valley has a separate obligation, which is to reprove or prove the validity of that recommendation to us. So I'm not sure that we can act with them with the same staff member or staff members, given that at some point our interests might diverge. Because at some point, we might suggest, maybe the information we got was wrong, or somebody shows that there was a flawed study, and then we'd have to rethink what our approach was. So I think in all seriousness, we have to diverge ourselves from Lone Shore Valley. To a degree.
So the recommendation that has been moved and seconded is option D. I will call the vote on option D if there's no amendment proposed. Yes, Gordon.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to have extra time to merge C and D and figure out what a cost share, if any, there would be with our staff in Bonnechere Shore Valley and county staff meeting, but hearing that this time is of the essence, I'm disappointed, but I understand.
So Whitewater, you have to make it quick.
Could BV do a special services contract with their MOU just to ask for specific county support for this project? For this appeal? Like, could they basically amend the MOU and just pay for whatever services they wanted? Sorry, Chair, that should have been to you, but.
So I guess the quick answer would be yes, but I sort of have to put it back onto a committee as to whether or not that's something that, whether we'd want to do that or not. So whether, we are going back to, we are the approval authority, it is the county official plan, and we did support it. We made a decision to adopt and approve it. But the level of expertise or like that we put into this was as the approval authority. So we weren't involved in the drafting of the official plan amendment. We're not the proponent of the application. So our involvement in all that type of support that went into drafting the amendment and was not done at the county level. So it would be probably not in anybody's best interest that we take on that type of role. Something that probably exceeds what we're able to do.
Thank you. So at this point, I will call the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports at this time. Are there any verbal reports? Oh, sorry, yes. I need a recommendation to approve the discussion reports as a whole. Moved by Councillor from Renfrew, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Any further comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any verbal reports? Staff has one? Okay.
Thank you again, Chair, and I'm pleased to have with us today Larissa Koulis in the back of the room. Say hi to Melissa Koulis. She's joining us as the Municipal Climate Intern, and she's on an internship from the Environmental Leadership Canada. So she's with us for a number of months as part of this program. She's under, I guess, again, D&P and Bruce's tutelage, looking at our climate action plan reports, and anything with a climate lens, we're going to kind of dump on her and what she can do to see what we can give her knowledge and help her out in different things, including the EV charging stations, including looking at how we develop buildings and things like that. So welcome, Larissa.
Glad to have you with us. Oh, Morton.
Does our new intern know about our newest green initiative, that we're not using paper plates, that we have a dishwasher now? Good.
It's a great start. So we do have a closed session, and I have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, excuse me, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reasons. Excuse me. A is the security of the property of the municipality or local board, and C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Pembroke Paramedic Base, Renfrew County Housing Corporation property. And I'll need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Town of Petawawa, seconded by Laurentian Valley, that we move into closed at 3:35 PM. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, those of you who are attending online. Direction was provided to staff in our closed session. Is there any new or other business? Seeing none, then I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, February the 25th, 2026. Moved by Councillor from Edmonton Brumley, seconded by Councillor from Deep River. All in favor? Thank you, that's carried. We're adjourned at 4:01.